grass in an empty meadow. The color red must be the screech of sirens and horns, and I could have sworn that I felt the calm of blue in the waters of the Atlantic. You see, my friend, he added, I may not have the gift of sight, but I am thankful to be spared the blackness that engulfs the world at night. Although I cannot distinguish dark from light, I can still tell wrong from right. I can hear hidden tones in music that most people cannot. I can dream of beauty from just the scent of a rose. I can feel the crisp droplets of rain on my skin, and unlike others, I can actually see the wind. Never feel bad for a blind man, he said finally, for you see the world for what it is, while I see it for what it could be.
Come shine the light on. Come and set me. Come shine the light on. Come and set me. These chains on me won't let me be. You got the keys. Come rescue me. These chains on me won't let me be. You got the keys. Come set me free. Come set me free. Come set me free. You got the keys. Come rescue me. Come set me free. Come set me free. You got the keys. Come rescue me. Come rescue me. Whoever says he's in light and hates his brother still in darkness. He's still in darkness through the night. Above all, we gotta love each other deeply. 'Cause love, love, love covers the multitude of sins. My lips are sharp for joy when I sing praise of you. When I can feel you inside me. And I will ascend above the heights of clouds and make myself like the Most High. Come rescue me. Come rescue me. Come set me free. Come set me free. You got the keys. Come rescue me. Come set me free. Come set me free. You got the keys. Come rescue me. Come rescue me. Come set me free, and I will ascend above the heights of the clouds and make myself like the Most High.
Family, You are appreciated.
I would describe Tupac as extraordinary in that he could express the feeling of other people for them. They always feel that that's how I feel, you know. He was my son, and so I knew him and loved him as a mother would a son.
When I was young, me and my mama had beef, 17 years old, kicked out on the streets. Though back at the time, I never thought I'd see her face. Ain't a woman alive that could take my mama's place. Suspended from school, was scared to go home. I was a fool with the big boys, breaking all the rules. Shed tears with my baby sister. Over the years, we was poor than other little kids. And even though we had different daddies, the same drama when things went wrong, we blamed mama. I reminisce on the stress I caused. It was hell, hugging on my mama from a jail cell. And who thinking elementary? Hey, I see the penitentiary one day. Running from the police, that's right. Mama catch me, put a whoop into my backside. And even as a crack fiend, mama, you always was a black queen, mama. I finally understand for a woman it ain't easy trying to raise a man. You always was committed, a poor single mother on welfare. Tell me how you did it, there's no way I can pay you back. But the plan is to show you that I understand. You all appreciate it. Dear mama, you all appreciate it. Dear mama, now ain't nobody tell us it was fair. No love from my daddy cause the coward wasn't there. He passed away and I didn't cry cause my anger wouldn't let me feel for a stranger. They say I'm wrong and I'm heartless, but all along I was looking for a father, he was gone. I hung around with the thugs, and even though they sold drugs, they showed a young brother love. I moved out, started really hanging. I needed money of my own, so I started slanging. I ain't guilty, cause even though I sell rocks, it feels good putting money in your mailbox. I love paying rent when the rent's due. I hope you got the diamond necklace that I sent to you. Cause when I was low, you was there for me. You never left me alone because you cared for me. And I can see you coming home after work late. You're in the kitchen trying to fix us a hot plate. Just working with the scraps you was given. And mama made miracles every Thanksgiving. But now the road got rough, you're alone. You're trying to raise 2 bad kids on your own. And there's no way I can pay you back. But my plan is to show you that I understand. You all appreciate it. And dear mama, you all appreciate it. Pour some liquor and I reminisce. Cause through the drama I can always depend on my mama. And when it seems that I'm hopeless, you say the words that can get me back in focus. When I was sick as a little kid, to keep me happy there's no limit to the things you did. And all my childhood memories are full of all the sweet things you did for me. And even though I act crazy, I gotta thank the Lord that you made me. There are no words that can express how I feel. You never kept a secret, always stayed real. And I appreciate how you raised me and all the extra love that you gave me. I wish I could take the pain away. If you can make it through the night, there's a brighter day. Everything will be alright if you hold on. It's a struggle every day, gotta roll on. There's no way I can pay you back, but my plan is to show you that I understand. You all appreciate it. Dear mama, you all appreciate it. Dear mama, you all appreciate it. There's no way I can pay you back, but my plan is to show you that I understand.
My mother taught me 3 things: respect, knowledge, search for knowledge. It's an eternal journey. And she taught me to not be quiet. If there's something on my mind, speak it. But you should also listen. And that's where the knowledge comes from, listening. So she taught me respect, knowledge, and understanding. You know, just listen a lot.
I spoke to God today, and she said that she's ashamed. What have I become? What have I done? I spoke to the devil today, and he swears he's not to blame. And I understood, 'cause I feel the same. Arms wide open, I stand alone.
Welcome, guys, to the Female Pro League stream. This is the North American Finals for this very long league that's been happening for the past couple months. Either way, we have Strictly Business versus Orbit in the first round. Of course, all the other teams going up tonight. There's quite a few teams facing off. We got Riot versus Virtue, and actually that ended up being a forfeit. Virtue's fourth player had some power cord issues or something like that, and the sub could not come on. So Riot will be advancing into the second round of the winner's bracket, along with Savage versus Lethal's another match going on, along with Sway versus Flawless Internet. But we will start on board here with Strictly Business versus Orbit as we do go on into Banner Protect system.
Yeah, and right off the break, we have the Man of War being protected here. So we're starting off this Female Pro League Finals right. Teams are protecting the guns that they have, their strength, and the Man of War being one of the most overpowered ARs in this game. So this is going to be start off the game very interesting. Then we got the normal bans on top of that VMP ban, which is actually very out of the ordinary too, and that Pharaoh ban. So we're already eliminating these subs, rapid fire, normal, HC normal, flashbang normal. So we're going to see the high cal and stun grenade right out of this ban protect.
Yeah, it's the two that are remaining, the high cal and the concussion, like you did say, and taking out the subs, like you did say again, so leaving yourself with, I guess, the Razorback Kuda, something along the lines of that. But the Man of War is definitely the most favorite AR you're going to see in this map. And just like that, concussion, high caliber soon to follow, and that's going to be it for the Banner Protect phase as we go into the specialist draft. No specialists were touched, so of course you're going to have that kinetic armor, you're going to have that active camo, the heat wave, and then a weapon of choice being, let's say, the Scythe or the Tempest. Even sometimes an Annihilator player likes to come and shine with that. So far, we got Tempest on the board and an active camo out of Lex Cuddy and Jesse with the kinetic armor.
Yeah, ooh, we do have some sound in the game, but regular specialist so far. Kinetic matched, kinetic not match. Yeah, Tempest match, Heatwave match, active camo match. Probably can see the Scythe is going to be the difference maker here. So we're going to see 2 weapons on the board of Orbit. Two weapons on the board of Orbit. Jesus. And 2 regular specialists, so versus the 3 on the side of SB. So there's going to be the difference maker right there. It's going to be a breach hardpoint, so those weapons are going to come in a very handy, especially on those middle hills and trying to control that middle map. So we're going to see how that differs. But once we get into that Palace Hill, these active camo, heat wave, and kinetic are going to come into huge factors. So it's actually pretty hard to break that hill. But right as I'm speaking, a player is going to lag out of the match.
Yeah, one player from Orbit is going to drop out, so we're just going to probably... I'm not sure if she'll be able to spawn in, or we might have to restart and just go quickly through the specialist draft. But I did see Jessie on Twitter say that maybe that Pharaoh ban was targeted against her. That seems to be her weapon of choice. So never seen really a Pharaoh been targeted in Banner Protect. However, it does seem if Jessie is her favorite weapon, then that might be targeted towards her. But other than that, any predictions going into this, of course, SB has the higher seed. I thought they did they had a fantastic league together. And Orbit as well, very, very talented players on the objective side especially, but the slaying capabilities and just their overall, I just think SB is such a good S&D team. So it's going to be all coming down on who takes this hard point. Can Orbit get like a really hot start, get that respawn win? Because this is, of course, a strictly business host. Let's see how that's going to affect also both squads.
I do favor SB. Okay, is it better?
Oh, well, my Max's mic is really low. Yeah, apologize for that. We're having all kinds of issues in the first round here in the Female Pro League. But other things that are exciting that are going on in the world is COD XP is coming up in a week. So make sure you guys type in the chat if you are going to that. I think me and Max will be going there. And hopefully some girls in the Female Pro League will be attending that as well. So hopefully that player from Orbit can join up. That would be most favorable there. But yeah, and hopefully Max, I wonder if your mic is fixed yet. It does sound like it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, right. It's really loud.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I'll try and meet in between. We're probably not going to start this match, though, because this player did lag out, so that's unfortunate here. But like I was saying earlier, I completely agree with you in the side that SB is probably going to win that S&D versus almost any team in this league, so it's going to be really important for Orbit to take this hard point and start up very strong.
Yeah, of course. Now we're just going to back out and hopefully get this Orbit player back in. Hopefully it's just not connecting well to host, and hopefully she didn't completely disconnect. So other than that, I guess we can ramble on a little bit on COD XP coming up in pretty much less than a week from now, starting on Thursday. And I did just hear today that Wiz Khalifa and Snoop Dogg are performing, so that's super exciting. And Max, do you have any favorite teams there at COD XP that you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, the only reason I'm going is because my friend Swarley and Assault are in there, so that's going to be fun to watch. And Nelson, of course. So probably Panda, C9, and Complexity are going to be my teams to watch. I'm there supporting there with another friend. So it's going to be a fun time. I mean, I'm originally from Cali, so it's going to be fun to visit back where I grew up. Actually, a really fun time. I'm excited. COD XP is going to be hype.
Yeah, it should be hype. I've never even been to Cali, so it's going to be insane. I've never been on I think my flight's going to be like 6 hours or 5.5 from East Coast Canada, so it's going to be a pretty intense of a flight, but pretty exciting to go to Cali. And of course, every Canadian's probably struggling to go to Cali because it's quite expensive. But I didn't even know that Wiz Khalifa and Snoop, I guess that just got announced today, but that's pretty exciting. I guess the after party's happening on Sunday. Either way, we got that fourth player of Orbit, so we can jump back onto topic of Brit, Jujubee, Lex Cuddy, and Rarity are the players there on Orbit. So glad they got their player back. But other than that, I thought, they had a pretty good league season. I'm worried a little bit on their slaying potential going up against SB. And of course, SB have some very aggressive players. Not always about slaying in a smart way, but they're just so aggressive. And I'm wondering, can Orbit match that aggression going into this respawn?
Yeah, and for anyone wondering, they're going to keep those same bans, so that Man of War is going to be protected along with the Feral ban and VMP ban. So it's going to be really important for Orbit to start off strong here. I know I've emphasized that before, but they need to win this hard point. They don't want to go down 2-0 in this series. This is for the money now. So we're going into the big part of the show. This is where all these players need to show up and start off very strong. So it's going to be very important to watch which team is going to start off strong in this hard point and move forward with that momentum. We are going to see the same specialists there. Nothing's going to change. I don't think they can, according to the rules anyway. So we're going to see which team is going to start off and get their specialists first. This is going to be a big one, too. They're going to generally come into play on that Palace Hill. So we're going to see when the teams elect to use it and see when that Tempest comes into play, too. That's going to be huge, especially on the final rotation of that computers. So really exciting to watch. And finally, we're here in the Female Pro League Finals on Breach Hardpoint, Orbit versus SB.
Yeah, some good errors, mostly all Man of Wars. You see Rarity rocking that HVK, Lex Cuddy with the Kuda on the side of Orbit. We see two Kudas, Jesse and Netflix and Cuddy. Got Berlin K using the Vesper and Songfleet with the M8. So quite a variety of ARs and subs on both teams. So SB going to have that top broken spawn, Orbit on the top AC. Going into this first hill of Breach Hardpoint, Overclock is in the game. So like you said earlier, these specialists are going to come into play quite soon.
Yeah, and right off the break, Berlin K is going to have that Vesper. I know it's patched a little bit, but it's still pretty viable in that sense since that BMP's out of the game. She's going to be in that hill and able to pick off one very weaker teammate's going to get the trade, though. SP is going to take down 4 down right off the break, getting that time on this middle hill. That's going to be huge as they push up. That's going to be Jesse down in the computers, looking for those players coming to her right, going around the wall run. Britt getting a huge 2-piece, and Jesse trying to clean up 2 more players, able to answer back with a 2-piece of her own. Britt there with the 3, trying to break it by herself. Berlin K able to get 1, but Britt's there. All 4 dead, and Songfully able to get in there and pick up the remainder of that time. It's going to be really big on those rotation, no. So we need to see which team is going to be pushing for those spawns here. SB still fighting for this time, and Songfully and Netflix and COD are still in that middle hill, going for that rotation.
Yeah, very, very strong lead out of SB. Most of that time on the first hill. Now heading into Electrical, you have Berlin K watching the front door that's Jesse watching the front door with Berlin K. Tries to watch the back, but there's Juju B taking over those spawns there for Orbit. She does get taken out, so good trades coming out of SB as they're holding most of the time on this Electrical hill. But Orbit need to just stay together and really attack this hill as a squad. And just like that, Britt's going to get another 2-piece, Rarity with the 3rd. And here comes the break by Orbit, but not just yet. They're trying to be very careful, get those kills. Netflix and COD on the hill needs to stop this push, and she doesn't. Orbit now on the hill.
And you see there, Orbit try to take their time and break that together, but unfortunately SB just too strong on the rotation. 9 and 2 by Songfleet there on a 3-kill streak. Orbit tried to push for those spawns. They did get them momentarily, but they did lose those important gunfights in the hill. It seemed like the slow push almost worked, but they just couldn't get it together as they're down by almost 75 points here going into this Palace Hill. This is huge momentum for SB as they start at this hard point very strong. They're trying to get these spawns, though. Now, Juju B is going to be in the back with the Man of War. This is going to be huge kills by her, as there's only one player inside that Palace Hill. That's going to be Berlin K, as she's trying to get this time as she starts it. So she's going to pop her camo and push out, trying to look for Juju B, but does get picked off. And SB in that hill, able to get this time as well, up by almost 80 points here right off the break in this Breach Hardpoint.
Yeah, and I've been on board here with Jujubee, and she hasn't been able to do much. Like, with that AR, she wasn't able to break the hill and just waiting for her team to spawn up, but they've just been getting picked off one by one. All four players of SB are in this hill. Now they just have to concentrate their firepower at the front door, and Britt, once again with these multi-kills for Orbit, but not getting enough time here as they finally do break it, so this 30 seconds would be huge. However, down by 80 points, they still have a long ways to go, but this is some life coming out of Orbit.
Finally, Orbit able to get a little bit of time that isn't scrapped. They're able to probably pick up this 40 points on the board, so they're only going to be down by 60 as we move to this and very important Grandma's Hill, Green Hill. They're going to be, whoever team holds the back here is probably going to hold the majority of this time depending on the team's play. And looks like we do have Orbit in the back there. That's going to be Jujubee. She's going to have important gunfights to win back here, as SB does have control of this hill. So it's going to be very important for these teams to push out the spawns and try and win them, as both teams are spawning out right here, as no team does have control of the back, and Jesse's able to get those spawns now for her teams and win that gunfight, and that's going to be 3 down for Orbit. SB controlling this time, racking up the points here, almost up by 100. SB starting off strong, showing that they really want to win this female pro league here in this hard point. Berlin K switched into the Weevil as the Vesper really wasn't working out for her, picking up some more kills now. She's on a 3-kill streak, 1 minute and 20 seconds time, and she's going for the rotation. Great plays by her. Orbit still trying to fight this scrap time here. They really need to fight for this rotation, and Berlin K is going to lose that gunfight for the spawns.
Yeah, that was some great time out of SB again. Pretty much a flawless hard point as they are up 150 to 35 or 149. Just a couple seconds left until you see the rotations, or the hill does rotate over to this lab area, and it's going to be Orbit trying to occupy this time here, but it's going to be highly contested here, and Britt and Lex Cuddy getting all 4 players of SB down, but here comes the break once again. Songfleet, Jesse, and Netflix and caught on the hill. Songfleet with the Tempest, but does get shot there by that player from Orbit, so she's going to lose that specialist, but Berlin K still has that active camo, not going to use it quite yet, and Jesse with the kinetic armor is going to be very useful to absorb some of those shots in this highly contested hill, but Orbit just had just a couple seconds at the beginning of this hill, but they have yet to have really a strong control of any hills so far in this map.
It's a lot of individual plays by Orbit here as we saw Britt push the back. After her teammate died, she waited a couple of seconds and waited and made that individual play instead of leaving her teammate his bait and pushing in. So really need to see a little bit more baiting out of Orbit and be able to get these points. You see Britt's doing everything she can, 20 and 12 right here, but she needs to play a little bit more together with her team. That's really why they're down. It's individual plays that aren't allowing them to get the team pushes, while rather SB is getting all the trades they can. But here we go. Orbit's able to get this time off the start of the hill. They're going to have to win these gunfights as Jesse's trying to break by herself. She's able to get one, but does get picked up by Juju B. Britt just waiting for those Tamer players to fall as Lexi's able to get one, but does get Juju B does get traded right away by Songsley, who does get picked up by Rarity. And Orbit finally getting some control of the map. This is the first time we've seen this as of yet. Britt just running around trying to control this power position with that Man of War, trying to get those picks. She just gets time. She just gets some shots into that player top broken and pick up one right in front of her. Orbit finally getting their control desperately needed on this map.
Yeah, they had a pretty good setup going back into this middle hill. They were running 2 ARs and 2 subs against SB, who were running 3 subs, so they're able to kind of concentrate their firepower more longer range and try and push SB back as much as they can. But here comes the heat wave, and just like that, Britt does go down, and Netflix and COD takes over the hill, 183 to 73. This could be the end of the game very soon here for Orbit, and they just need to do what they did in that middle hill. They had really nice control, and just SB seems to break it, and they don't have a lot of defensive power going up against SB. So Britt, now set up on electrical, needs to stop this anchoring going on for SB and really rely on her teammates to get these kills for her, because like you said, 27 and 14 with almost second place for the hill time. She's doing a lot of work for her team and not a lot of help there.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily that SB is getting outslayed, Orbit's getting outslayed. It's more the fact they're just not working for that hill time. We're seeing a lot of important kills, but they can never follow up, and you see SB getting a lot of 2 pieces and 3 pieces. That just shouldn't be happening by the individual plays by Orbit. But here comes the sign of life here, 108 to 191. They're getting some points on the board. SB really needs to get it together and start this rotation for Palace, as Orbit can make this comeback. It's not out of the loop yet. Netflix and COD getting a very important pick in that Palace, waiting for the rotation. 6 seconds left. It's going to be huge on Orbit, how Orbit decides to break this, and Netflix and COD does fall, so this could be a break by Orbit, by SB, as Berlin K is in that hill with the Kuda, trying to make some plays of her own.
Yeah, and I mean, just SB rotated so early for that Palace, so it was 10 seconds and all 4 of them were still stacked on there, and Orbit didn't even have, I think they had maybe 1 player rotated on time with SB, and just like that, SB are just going to have full control, and they're spreading their players 1 middle map, and that's going to be Netflix and COD. They got 2 at the back, concentrating their fire at the front there with Netflix and COD, and they just have really good rotations around the hill to stop Orbit from even coming in. But here comes the push from the front. Can they make this happen? Or Britt's going to come from the side. She does get dropped, and SB, just great defense out of them. They're not even letting Orbit touch the hill as we're going into a 100-point plus differential.
And you are correct. This game is almost over if Orbit is able to, if SB is able to rotate and win these gunfights here, as they're up by almost 120 points, 9 points left to win the game. Orbit's here on the rotation though, so that's not completely over. Lexi Cuddy doing everything she can in the hill as 2 players do fall, and Jesse falls off the map. Berlin K sliding around, and shots are fired. None of them do connect, though, so they do have some sort of information on that player in the hill. There's only be 1 player there. The other players are up top trying to get the cuts. She's able to get 1 and trying to get the other. It does get 2. Tops the camo and goes for 3. Able to get it right there. Big plays by her to keep her team in the game. 30 seconds left on this hill. SB just needs to break this for 9 seconds. They really need to keep working together, though. This is where teams start Yeah, so Perforate's going to come in the game here as we start off this Ban and Protect. SB did take that first map, 250 to 164 over Orbit on that Breach hardpoint. So they're going to be looking to start this series off 2-0 by winning this S&D on Stronghold. We're going to see some normal bans off the break, Flashbang, Concussion, High Cal, Rapid, and that Heat Wave does come in. So we're going to see Overkill as well. It's probably going to specify on that. Overkill is very big on this map as you can go for those spawn snipes over the trees or in the back on the U wall. So we're going to see how that sniper does come into play if these players do elect to use it still now that the thermal is out now. So it really looks like these players are targeting that sniper to make sure it's not in the game here. Smart plays by SB, eliminating the use of having a very long-range weapon combined with a short-range sub or AR. So I like the plays by SB there as we move forward into this specialist draft.
Yeah, I guess the typical ban against the sniper on the squad of, I think it was targeting, so it was Jesse and Netflix and COD from the side of SB targeting those. So somebody on Orbit, I guess they're worried about. I wish I could remember who that sniper is. Maybe you guys can let me know in the chat. Either way, something that stuck out for me is that ban on the Heat Wave. Not something I've seen too often, but in S&D that can definitely be a tie changer in a 1v1 or in a crucial, even in a 2 or a 1v2 situation. Heat Wave can definitely guarantee you a kill if you can obviously hit that shot. But Specialist draft is underway. We got the kinetic armors on both sides, held by Rarity and Songfully. And you got Perforate with the active camo, Jesse with the overdrive, Psychosis out of Lex Cuddy, and then you got the glitch also by Jujubee. So without that heat wave, they're going to have to rely on all these other specialists here. Kinetic armor, I believe, would, in my opinion, would have been a better ban. Either way, heat wave, kinetic armor. Good bans nonetheless in the Search and Destroy. And finally, Brit is going to pick up that active camo. So I do believe we have some mirrored, except the overdrive and Lex Cuddy with the Psychosis are the two ones to stand out here.
Now, the main use of that Heatwave ban is it's a little bit easier to get than the kinetic armor. Now, most of the time in these 4v4 S&D matches, you're going to get the kinetic armor if the rounds progress, but Heatwave's a little bit easier, so I guess there's some logic. I completely agree with you, though, that kinetic armor ban should have been in place, but if we're looking at the logical aspect of it, that Heatwave is a little bit easier to get. But on top of that, I don't really agree with these teams using Glitch in these situations. I don't really feel as the game progressed, Glitch started off as a really strong specialist, but as we move forward in the game, it really doesn't do as much as it could. Now, if these teams did pick Vision Pulse, though it's a little bit harder to get, once you get it, that's almost a free round win if used right, because you have that full radar of that area around you. So if you want to go for a bomb site, you know how all those players positioning it really throws off the other team on how they are protecting that bomb site or how they're pushing it, vice versa. We're going to see Psychosis as well, and that's going to be the tray for Overdrive. Overdrive is really useful in this map if you're going to go ahead and push out some lanes, especially on the defensive end. There's players that can be caught off guard if used correctly. Psychosis there too if you're going to flood into that mansion. We'll see how these teams elect to use it. The strong S&D is going to be very critical for SB to win so they can go up 2-0 in this series. They're a really strong S&D team, so they want to keep this momentum going forward as we start off this map.
Of course, greatly broken down there by you, but no weapons also were targeted, so Jessie is free to use her Pharaoh as she wishes, and the VMP also into play. Of course, that was taken out map number 1. But like we do have and said before, Strictly Business, one of the best S&D teams in the league, so we were worried that Orbit really had to pick up that hard point if they wanted to stay alive in the series, and I'm really worried that SB are going to easily take this S&D just by how great their performance was in map number 1. But of course, they are missing one of their main players, being Berlin K. She has a very strong leader presence for the team. She also has a really great duo ship there with Songfully. They just went to that land together and things like that. So how is Perforate going to fit in with the squad on S&D, which takes a lot of team chemistry and communication? Is she warmed up? Is her thumbs warmed up? Or is she aware of all the strategies at SB? How is she going to adapt to the team going into this map? And of course, I think they're going to do just fine. I think I remember Perforate actually slaying quite well on Respawn. Don't remember what her S&D game was all about. However, Orbit have quite a bit to make up for in that map number 1 deficit.
And Berlin K is actually a very good S&D player. She plays a consistently amount where she's the strong player on her team, in my opinion, going into this. So getting her out of the match is going to be huge for Orbit. Perforate, I'm not big on, don't know her in as many ways as I know Berlin K. So we're going to see how she elects to start off this S&D. I kind of want to start off with her as she's the new one in the game. She's going to be using that Shiba. We're going to see 3 ARs on the side of SB as they start off this defensive end. Probably looking at a slow defensive hold here as we don't really see many subs. Perforate's going to have that Shiva on the white car backing up, trying to get some control, power position with that gun, as the players are all stacked around the mansion. Songfully going to be watching that B cross and trying to cut her screen so she can watch the that bunker too. Looks like Perforate's rotating over to see if she can help her as our offensive end. Rarity's going to get some shots put it into her as she's going to fall down in that middle map. No picks as of yet. Looks like they're going to be pushing in this mansion. Rarity pops one, able to get that first blood here, trying to look around and see if he can get another as that trade does come in by Jesse. So that's going to be a 3v3 situation right off the bat, and that bomb's going to be dropped in the mansion area.
Yeah, nice trades there. 3v3 situation now. SB are aware that the bomb is down there for Orbit. Just going to be in a confrontation there on top. Kitchen she's going to try and get out of that one. But now, just like that, she's left in a 1v3. Brit and Jujubee picking up 2 players from SB. Now Orbit recover that bomb, and Jesse's going to be taking some shots here. Did just spot a player. Needs to go around this corner. Is able to pick up that one with herself in her back pocket. Now she has this M8 reflex long barrel, but no, the 2-player pinch comes in out of Orbit, and they do clean up that last player being Jesse from SB. So good first round offense out of Orbit, and Jesse the only one on the squad with 2 kills of her own. But Orbit, you're seeing that team chemistry come in, you're seeing them pinch and push as a team, and I'm liking how Orbit's starting off here.
That was a great 2v1, completely emphasizing that with you. Orbit played that beautifully. That's exactly what you want to do in that situation, prevent that 2v1 clutch from happening. So Orbit able to clear that out, especially with the first blood and trade. So able to do very well on that offensive end. Now SB really has to answer back in this offensive. Perforate starting off the game 0-1 to see what she can do here with that bomb. Bomb seems to be pressing towards the middle of the map, towards that B-bomb. Perforate does spot one on that head glitch, though. That's going to be an AR player. She elects to not take the shot. She pokes around to see if that player does spot her. She does have that bomb. Netflix and COD up top, just trying to spot out some players and get some information. That player did spot her in middle map. Perforate smartly backs away and doesn't go for that challenge, but she does spot one. That's going to be the man of war. Teammates going to go ahead and try and get some shots in there as they get control of this B-bomb. The nade comes in and the trophy. Looks like Perforate's going to go for this bomb drop. Orbit smartly rotating or over as they realize that bomb is about to be planted. Here comes 2 players from Orbit, Jujubee and Lexi, trying to get the trade on the bomb. Able to get some shots in, and that's going to be beautifully executed. Orbit able to get one. So it looks like we're going to have a 3v4 situation here with that bomb. Now she's going for the defuse. Shots are in her from U1. SB able to get 2v3 situation.
Yeah, and Rarity's going to try and get some shots, and there she goes down as well. Nice kill there out of Jesse as Lex Cuddy is the last one left. She can be facing off against, I believe that's an AR on SB on that broken side there. So she just needs to find this player here. Songfully, Netflix and COD. Wonder if they're going to go for the pinch, and it looks like they're just going to play a little bit standoffish here, and Netflix and COD is going to be taken out, but Songfully is there for the trade, so a nice pinch out of SB to answer back with 1 round of their own. So it's going to be 2 offensive wins out of both squads. Let's see what Orbit can do now that they're back on offense.
Yeah, that was great plays by Orbit trying to get that defensive end. They gave up B control, but they played it well together. Unfortunately, the round just didn't go with them together. That sneaky defuse, risky play, but it did cost them in the end. High risk, high reward. So Orbit able to follow that round. SB answering back, making it 1-1. Netflix and COD now on this defensive end. Like they're playing far back again, so we'll switch over to offensive end. We have Lexi, Cuddy, and the bomb carrier. That's going to be Rarity once again. They're pushing up towards the left side. Rocks, another player on outskirts. So they're slowly progressing as that one player does spot around bunker, trying to wait for the flank and pops middle map. She's just waiting to see if any players make that difficult flank play to try and get behind these players. But here comes the push as Orbit's going to be looking up top, trying to make these play together. Here comes the slide in and the bait. And there's the player on B-bomb, so they have to execute this together.
Yeah, and surprising for SB, they're not really holding this top kitchen area. All they have is Perforate on that Lambo, just watching over A. And then they have Songfully over at this B-bomb site. So an interesting defensive hold there by SB as they have the numbers in their favor. Lex Cuddy has the bomb in hand, heading towards this A site. So now the numbers are evened up as Jujubee did pick up a kill there. And Lex Cuddy's going to be challenged, trying to get some cover behind the bomb, but goes down as well too. Make that 2v1 as now Brit is the last one left. She's able to recover the bomb and could be going for a plan, but she has to worry about where these players are in this back parking lot area. So 18 seconds to work with. Does she go for the kills? And she actually does end up leaving the building and getting picked off there by an AR hiding in the back there. So Max, what do you think? Do you think she should have just went for the plan or really chase down these players with 18 seconds left?
You know, you have 18 seconds. You're kind of assuming as a player who plays S&D that they're going to be looking around the bomb sites. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Honestly, if you want to secure that round and you're not going to be playing for kills, you better just go for that plant. But maybe if you're playing for streaks, then you start playing for those kills in your life, but it just wasn't the case there. I completely think she should have went for that plan and tried to win out the round. A 2v1 is completely possible. but it just didn't go her way as SB is going to take a round and go up 2-1 here. They're able 2 rounds in a row here, trying to make it 3 as they push up. Netflix and COD has that bomb. Spot the player on that head glitch again, looking for a traditional setup. Once again, that player's going to be startly backing up though on the B bomb. That's Jujubee, giving control of B once again to SB. SB's now electing to take it though as they slowly move up. That bomb carrier is looking around, trying to make a play, waiting for her teammates though. All these players are slow, just waiting for one of the other team to make a mistake as those players are just rotating around, looking for picks. And finally, a gunfight goes down. Perforate's going to able to get that nade kill, and that's going to set up the round for her team as 2 go down for Orbit. Lexi, Cuddy, and Britt are stuck in a 2v4 situation. That bomb is going to be planted on B, and looks like none of those players around that area.
Yeah, that was some great opening kills there by SB, especially by Perforate getting the first blood there. Fortunately, they are going to drop Jessie, but still the numbers in their favor, leaving Britt once again in a 1 versus 3 situation. So let's see what she can do against these players. And as you can see, the blue arrows of SB are pretty spread around the map. You know, Perforate still watching over the bunker area. You got Netflix Zakata in middle map and Songfully kind of in this back snow area. So Britt has not that much time to work with to go for a defuse and most likely will not get it. So does she choose? Just needs to get a kill at least. She's not really working for any streaks. 500 off the counter UAV, so just going to play her life and at least not feed streaks to anybody else. But here comes a player right there, and Netflix Zakata is actually going to get that kill in the last couple moments, also building up everybody's specialists. But however, SB will take 3 consecutive rounds here as Orbit will be hopping back on offense.
You know, if I'm Britt in that situation, she did die, so it really doesn't matter, but she should just hop on the bomb at that point and take the death. You really don't want that bomb to explode, especially when that team is also building streaks. That 500 is a little bit far away when your team's not winning rounds. So in that situation, you really just want to hop the bomb and take the death right there as SBs take 3 rounds in a row. The momentum is swinging their way as Orbit really needs to answer back on the defensive end. Looks like we're looking at a bunker push. Those players on SB are far back, watching all the lanes themselves as the dart comes in. This is going to be good plays for them. That dart just has to spot a few players as we see 3 players of Orbit in that bunker. And that dart's going over towards that area. We're going to see some kills here as he's able to get 1. Songfully controlling that dart with such precision, trying to get another kill. I know she spots another, and she does. That's going to be 2 picks. Songfully pulling out her inner pilot right there, 8-1 on an 8-kill streak. Just going huge for the squad as Jujubee stuck in a 1v4 and gets picked off again by Songfully. Almost at full streaks for her. She's going absolutely huge in the absence of Berlin K here.
Yeah, 1 kill shy off the ace for Songfully, 2 with the dart in here on the final kill cam. She'll be picking up 1. And also she was 50 off the lightning, I believe, and that last kill just earned herself the lightning strike. Going into the, what are we at, 6th round of this SND. 4 consecutive rounds for SB as now they will be back on offense. You also have some specialists on the board. Jessie with the overdrive, not choosing to pop it quite yet. Netflix Zakad with the glitch, Jujubee with the glitch as well, and Lex Cuddy with the psychosis. So not any amazing specialist plays so far. I don't think I've seen any specialists popped. However, Netflix and Kai will be carrying this bomb. Looks like towards this middle map area. She was spotted. Jujubee on the other side of the wall is going to jump and just try and peek at these players, spotting that player from SB at the broken side. But they have left this kitchen area open, so Jessie could be just hopping over there, and she's going to spot some players. But it's kind of a standoff situation of both these teams just trying to work for that first blood.
That was a brilliant glitch, and it pays off just a little bit as she's able to get 1. SB able to answer back with 2, though. Songfully's 10-1 on a 10-kill streak with full streaks and kinetic. She's looking strong in this one, as all they have to do is get the bomb down, and she has to stay up for the free round win. Orbit trying something different as they're double pushing bunker here. This is a great play by them. They know this bomb's probably going to go down B, but looks like they're pushing around the back of the spawn. Lexi Cuddy's going to be the one to peek the bomb here. As SB going to the more favored clutchable bomb stage, they're going to get that bomb down A, and they team shoot that player. Orbit making a 2v2 situation. This is going to be Perforate and Songfully versus Britt and Lexi Cuddy. Here, Orbit really needs to win this round to bring it back, as they don't want to go down 5 rounds to 1 in this S&D.
Yeah, and I do believe Perforate spotted those 2 Orbit players in this back snow area. Perforate's going to just try and concentrate that MA power on the side. Britt here, what is she going to have? Also an M8. So it's going to be hard for them to infiltrate this mansion area. They got to work as a squad, but here comes Lex Cuddy with the psychosis. Can she bait any players here? Doesn't look like it. Trying to break some glass, trying to bait these players out of position. gets some shots there into Periphery, but is not able to drop her, but Brit goes for the trade. Songfully versus Brit, Songfully versus Brit. And no, Songfully is able to pop up and get that final kill there on Brit. So this is going to be 5-1. 5 consecutive rounds out of SB. Can they close this out with a 6 flawless streak there? And also they got to worry about Songfully having that Hellstorm and Lightning Strike with the 12-1 score as well.
Songfully killing like that, Jesus, 12-1, 12 kill streaks. She hasn't been taken out yet, and she still has full streaks going into this defensive end. Defensive end here. So we're going to see that Kinetic in use most likely, as well as that Hellstorm and Lightning to close out this game. Orbit just falling vastly behind. Rarity not doing enough work as she could be, as she going to pull out that AR now. We saw her vastly with the sub most of this map, and that B-bomb site just going to be completely given up as the Hellstorm comes in. Looks like it's going to be a two-piece on Lexi, Cuddy, and Brit. Songfully 14-1, going for a third. Songfully 15-1 here, and here comes the Lightning to clean it up, trying to get the last one, but as he comes back in bunker, Jujubee stuck in an almost impossible 1v4 situation.
Can Songfully get the ace to finish off this map number 2? Jujubee is about to get pinched there by these players from SB. Hazia made in hand, needs to go at this other corner. She's completely pinched. Who's getting the final kill? And she does shut down Songfully from that ace. However, that last player is going to be cleaned up. And SB take the second map 6-1 and are up in the series 2-0, heading into Infection Uplink. This is quite the series so far, and Orbit are really falling shorthand both in the respawn and the S&D, but hopefully in the Uplink, that'll be the game mode that they can answer back.
New assignments incoming.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, SB's a really strong S&D team, and I really feel like Songfully picked up that loss of Berlin K there. So she knew that one of the better S&D players on her team is absent, so she really picked up that slack there and made that 6-1 victory, as they're going to go up 2-0 with that 250-164 win over the Hardpoint. Now the 6-1 win in this S&D. So we're going to move towards that uplink where SB is going to want to take this 3-0 here and keep that momentum up, and at this rate it's looking very good for them.
Yeah, looking pretty good for SB. We're going to be right back after this quick intermission for map number 3.
A ball with a cover, low thread count, hard with the covers. Free trial memberships, dawg. I never joined the shiz, dawg. Fuck you think this is, dawg? Free been flying like a motherfucking fish, though. General style, half a dozen on a stick, just so I can whet the appetite a bit. What you talking about? My AC never doing nothing, blow fans, though. Walgreens car shopping, all the off brands, though. Boy, go hard when collecting, got Venmo. Save every motherfucker roach, try to smoke. Check the clothes in my drawers, I ain't playing around. It's LD, little boy, Mr. Hand Me Down. My dirty drawers getting worn, can you blame me now? You think I got 450 up in quarters on me? Well, I fucking don't. With a gold up, yeah, babe. With a coals up, babe, yeah, babe. With a dough up, baby, in the face, you know I ain't tryna blow that, baby. We gon' save that money. 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 When these niggas try to play, and lately I've been stacking up crazy. Stacking up all about the bed, baby. 800K underneath the bed, baby.
Hey, if you at a restaurant and got an iced coffee and the waiter been refilling that without a word of caution, and you get your fucking bill and you can see double charging for the coffee, and you told him there's a problem, sing along like, oh, don't double charge me for that. Don't double charge me. We like, oh, don't double charge me for that. Don't do it to yourself, cause I might just ask what the ice cube's worth. What the ice cube's worth, that's the only differentiator making this a non-free perk. And I might make work more difficult for you than it need be. So think about it, take a minute, let it breathe be. But think about it, bro, you saw me get the burger with the bacon on the side. After looking at the price of the side of just bacon and comparing that to what the difference in the cheeseburger versus the bacon cheeseburger was, and making my decision. I would hate to be the waiter trying to tell me something different. I'ma get on Yelp in a minute and review this piece of shit place like only a kite know how. Unless you take the extra coffee off, I might get loud. Unless you, oh, it was just an accident. You didn't even mean to, you didn't even, that's so, I'm so embarrassed.
put up more map control, especially on some of these closer range maps that have areas that you can nade out, especially in that broken area. So we're gonna want to see our sub and ARs pushing into this broken, having an AR trying to get map control middle, then having our other sub control that BS and D area and moving forward and pushing up aggressively. Oftentimes or not, we're gonna see teams playing very passive on this map, and that's not how you win. You really need to start getting super aggressive. Uplink is not a game type where you really need to pre-aim with a sub. You really just need to fly around and win your engagements and push up and get map control. So we really got to specify in that and see if our sub players are playing correctly, because these spawn traps are brutal if set up.
And just based off how SB's performance there on the hardpoint and the S&D, they held a really fantastic defense on the S&D, and even when it came to just their hardpoint play, like SB just held most of any map control that they wanted, they got it. And Orbit, every time they broke it, they only held it for a certain amount of time, and they would lose it right away to SB. So I think that's going to be a similar situation in this uplink. They're probably going to pick up the drone, trying to go for some kind of play, and SB's going to completely shut them down just based off how well they play defense. So Orbit really need to work on their offense and their aggression against SB, who are really, really a strong, one of the top squads in the league. And just to update you guys on the off-stream matches, in case you guys weren't updated in the chat, apparently Savage is up 2-1 in the series against Lethal after Lethal just won the uplink. I think it's a very close 2-1 score. And Swayer also up 2-1 against Flawless Nerdette, I think after taking their uplink 12-1. So I'll be updating you guys as we go through those off-stream matches, but it's going to be very exciting to see who ends up in round number 2. But here it's Strictly Business versus Orbit. It's pretty easy to predict that maybe Strictly Business is going to be taking that 3-0. You know, like you mentioned earlier, being down 2 maps in a best of 5, it's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. You're a little stressed out. How is that going to affect your gameplay going into a really aggressive respawn here like Infection Uplink?
Yeah, let me emphasize on what you were talking about earlier and what I was talking about. So if Orbit starts off strong, that confidence is going to be inside them to allow them to play more aggressively. So as everything stands, they really need to start off strong on this break. It's going to set up everything for them on how they play, if they play passive or aggressive. This is going to set it up right here, whether they can start the reverse sweep or fall to SB 3-0 in the most important couple matches of their team's career here in this league. But we're going to start off with Brit and Rarity as our AR players. We're going to have a sub. We're going to see HVK for Rarity. We're going to see only one sub on the side of Orbit here. Let's see how that plays off, and Lexi Cuddy's going to get inside that broken area. Able to try and get 1, but Netflix and Cuddy able to get 2 right there, and SB takes down 3 right off the break. Rarity's going to be the last one left. And here comes the aggressive push by SB. Rarity able to get a very crucial kill in Broken, but she does get picked off very quickly here. SB is going to need to get some picks and get more aggressive on that ball. That ball carrier does fall here. Very individual plays as Perforay tries to get 1. 2 more down on the side of SB, and Orbit able to take off 2 more, but does fall. So Orbit able to get some map control here as they're pushing up. SB just spawning up. This is going to be a huge play for Orbit.
Yeah, that was a great start there by SB. Unfortunately, Jessie missed her hop through the window, and Orbit came at the right moment in that green alleyway. But let's see. It looks like SB were able to reset that drone, so Orbit also not doing well on their first offensive push. However, lots of time left, 4 minutes left. Both teams in a standoff position working in this middle map control. I see Netflix and Cotton and Jessie getting some kills in this middle map area. Now they need to push back Orbit and jump on the drone. And the player to watch there would be Jessie. She's the one that jumped on it last time and got those nice multi-kills to allow SB to move forward. But now these EMPs are going to pay, like you said earlier. This is maybe something that both teams want to concentrate on, those EMPs, maybe some smokes, or maybe protecting a tactical if there were to be a 4th map here. But now, as a standoff situation, Orbit are going to have to work together, see if they can pick off these players from SB.
And important to note, we don't really see many tacticals at all on this map. We see 1 class with EMPs, so that allows for easy movement across the map. I'm seeing a lot of players with that overclock perk, so that's going to make the specialist in this game happen a lot more. But here comes Orbit trying to set up the spawn trap as that fall is being pushed up to fall, though. And that ball carrier is going to try and go for this 1-point throw, but it does miss. So Orbit's not able to get those points on the board. It's able to get 2. Lexi Cuddy might be able to get this 2-pointer, though, and it does call in. Orbit starting off strong with that 2-point play, especially on the unfavored side of this map. Able to get 2. SB pushing up those. That's going to be Songfully getting into that broken area, trying to get a pick here. This broken area is really important to watch as she needs to get these picks, but does fall. Rarity playing great. Pushing up. They are going to get into this broken. That's going to be Lexi Cuddy play, but she does fall. So it doesn't seem like any movement as of yet. All the picks right now are going to be very important as these teams need to get some map control and start getting very aggressive in the other team's spawn.
Yeah, and I did see Britt earlier, like, try to jump. She was holding that middle map controls, trying to throw the drone out for some yardage, and SB went for the reset right away. And even it could be scary. If Orbit were to drop 1 or 2 players, you could see SB pushing around the rock side with the drone. So throwing the drone for yardage without any map control can kind of be a risky situation. Orbit didn't really make too much of a mistake there. Rarity still holding that map control with the HVK, currently double positive 10 and 5, holding also the drone in her hand, having the heat wave. This would be the player to make some points happen here. Going to throw that drone in the top church area as SB do take 2 players of Orbit down. So SB going to be working on the reset here, unless maybe that player from Orbit can do something. And no, Lex Cuddy does go down, but SB are opting to play the drone here. Jesse, drone in hand, going towards this middle map. No help here. Needs to work on cutting these players from Orbit down before they make the objective happen.
I didn't really like that play by Perforate. She waited for her teammate. She waited for those 2 players middle map when she should be the one sliding out first, allowing the players middle to get those picks on her bait. But so it didn't really work out in their favor. Perforate's going to be the last one left for squad 4 and 8. Really needs to start getting a little bit more aggressive with that sub. You see her just preeming around corners. She really just starts getting super aggressive and just flying around. And this isn't something you hear that often, but this is one of the more aggressive uplink maps. And you really need, our sub players really need to start getting dominant inside the other team's base, again becoming a nuisance. It allows for that AR pressure and those AR picks to become a lot more apparent instead of just 1v1 AR gunfights across the board. And she does get picked off again. Looks like Orbit's trying to push up one more time as Lexi Cuddy able to get one. Rarity and her pushing up, and the ball carrier does fall. And looks like Lexi Cuddy just going to grab the ball by herself. No players are in that area. She might be able to get this one if she plays it right, and she's going for it. She pops the kinetic, but does get picked off right away. It's perfect, able to get the headshot. That's a great play by her. And Orbit, just like that, falls 3. Juju be the last one left for the squad as they're all spawning up.
Yeah, 3 down for Orbit, and Perforate's going to throw it out for some yardage. Can SB get some points on the board before the second half? And Lex Cuddy was shut down from trying to pick up that drone. Orbit just needs to play a little bit of defense here, needs to go up with a little bit of a lead in the second half, which would be favorable for them. And the last person to make something happen is Perforate, and she does go down. Fantastic 2-piece or 3-piece out of Rarity, and she's going to try and make something happen. 5 seconds left. She's just going to try and play keep away until the second half. But just to also note that Orbit, I think, missed 2 1-point plays in this first half, and they were pretty straightforward throws. So I think either Rarity or Britt. I know Rarity missed the second one. Can't remember who missed the first one. Even though that converted into a 2-point play, still a risky situation. It would have been better to go for the guaranteed 1. And they were able to still benefit from that, but got to work on those 1-point throws out of Orbit. But SB, surprisingly, weren't really able to break through the middle of the map. They almost got through that top grandma's area, Jesse at the beginning of the map, but no points converted there. So hopefully now SB will be able to make something happen here on the second side.
And we really got to blame it on SB sub players here, because they're the ones that have to get aggressive, and they just aren't, because they're only able to get the kills needed. Just like that, Orbit's able to get 2, and their signs of life here are showing as they're getting really aggressive with that ball. They can set up the spawn trap, and here comes the team push, but they are just going to go for the 1-point throw, and it's going to miss again. That's going to be the 3rd 1-point miss for Orbit. Someone's really going to start practicing their throws. That was a brilliant chance for them to set up a spawn trap, but they just didn't take it. They just went for the this one for the safe one, and it just didn't pay off because they don't know their 1-point throws. So Orbit's really penalizing themselves there by only being up 1 possession when they had almost 3 to 4 chances to get more points on the board. Like that, though, Songfully able to get 1 with the Tempest, but it gets picked off right away. And it looks like Orbit's trying to get a little bit more aggressive as Lexi Cuddy just preeming in that broken area. I don't agree. She really needs to push up instead of challenging this. She really just started getting aggressive and push into the opponent's broken area. But here comes Orbit with another chance to get some points on the board. Lexi Cuddy able to get 2, and the ball carrier with her trying to keep getting these points, keep getting these kills in the base.
Oh, and I think that was Rarity that almost got the 1-point play, but it didn't end up connecting. Now SB are able to recover that, and that was a great use of the scythe earlier by Britt to open up with 2 kills and, make that opportunity happen for Orbit. No points converted there, as now Songfully's going to have the drone in hand heading towards this rock side. Is she going to choose to cut through this middle map area? You see the blue arrows from SB are kind of spread around the map, so 2 towards the barn side. Songfully has 1 teammate. Actually, Jesse falls, and along with Songfully, and that drone is reset, so fantastic kills out of Jujubee to stop that push out of SB. Whatever our SB can set up that spawn trap. You see Netflix and COD being a nuisance in that Orbit spawn. Finally, she does go down, and now both teams are reset, fighting over that middle map control once again with 3 minutes left.
We're seeing a lot of passive plays from these players. Let's see if Lexi Cuddy's finally going to be the player to break that. She doesn't. She really just slide out here and just challenge that gunfight instead of sitting in the up lane, sitting in the broken, but looks down as 3 goes down. And Periphery able to pick off her teammate as well with those kills on the kill feed. Jesse's going to be the last one left for SB as she's able to get 1, trying to go for the 2 on that. Higglett smartly backing away as her teammates spawn up. Orbit still has that 2-0 lead though. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left here. Every kill is going to matter. SB really needs to start getting control and get some points on the board as that 2-0 lead is going to slowly start creeping up, and it's going to make all the plays a little bit more pressureful. As we see that ball carrier is going to get that. That's going to be Jessie. She's going to try and go for this. She pops the connect. This could be a 2-point play right here, and she does. SB answering right there. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Looks like we had a game here. Now she almost gets the 3, but gets picked off.
Oh, Jesse, fantastic plays. The 2-point play and almost the 3-piece at the end. Now Perforate is going to be spawned up as the last players from SB are cleared out of the orbit spawn. And now this is going to be a tie. Are we going to overtime? 2 minutes left. Perforate making her way through the left side. Songfleet there as well. No specialists on the board to help Songfleet there. She does drop a Perforate's able to get the kill. Jujubee trades that as well. And the drone is dropped in the orbit spawn. The last one makes something happen here. Netflix and COD pops the heat wave, I believe. And now she could be trying to find this drone, maybe convert it to a 1-point play, which would be fantastic to not make us go in overtime. However, Lex Cuddy is there to clean her up, and we're going to be reset here as actually Songfleet still in that barn area, but the drone will be reset back in the middle of the map. So Orbit need to make sure that SB don't slide in with any 1-point plays to really throw the lead in their favor before the game ends.
And looks like 2 more down for SB, and Orbit answering back with 2 of their own. So we have a 2v2 down as the players are spawning up, and another big kill by Rarity, going big, 28 and 16 on a 5-kill streak. Now she's probably passed that ball to her teammate here. That's going to be Lexi as they're slaying up. So this could potentially be a point right here. She goes for the 1, and she makes it. That's going to be the first one we see in this game that made Rarity going huge, and that counter UAV's in her back pocket. 50 seconds left. SB needs to make something happen here as Britt spawning up and getting 2. That's going to be a huge play by Orbit as they lead here 3-2 with 45 seconds left and a counter UAV coming in.
SB could have maybe got some points on reset, but the huge kills out of Brit for the 2-piece. And there's Jujubee stopping that push out again out of Jessie. SB being stopped in their tracks before they can make something happen. Orbit's going to pop on the drone once again, just trying to play keep away. The Tempest is still cleaning up players in the middle of the map, and Orbit just need to stay alive for 30 more seconds, and they will be taking map number 3 and, forcing the not 3-0 situation, which is honestly surprising if you look at on paper how this whole match went. Orbit finally showing some life in this map number 3. Perforate is going to have the drone in hand. Can she convert this into a 1? No, 9 seconds left. SB would be their last chance to make a 1-point play happen. Can Jessie make it happen? Oh no. That's going to be it for SB. They are going to drop this uplink infection 3-2 to Orbit. What a pretty much the most exciting infection uplink match I've watched in a while.
Yeah, there's just a couple problems with the way these players are playing. It could have been a lot of higher scoring game, but they really focused around the pre-aiming aspect. And in traditional Call of Duty, pre-aiming is one of the important things you can do, but in this COD, with the movement like it is, especially in uplinks, you need to just fly around the map and get in the other players' faces, especially on a map like this where the ARs have so many power positions. Those subs need to get more aggressive, and that's really what backfired for SB. They only lost by 1 with their subs going both almost double negative, and that's a big problem for Orbit as well. They outslayed SB so well and only won by 1 point. So there's the problem with SB. If they really get their subs to play more aggressive, then SB could have dominated this match and won by 10 to 12 points. But it really backfired in their face as they're not able to take this series 3-0. Orbit answering back, trying to get this reverse sweep as they take that map, taking that, making this series now 2-1 instead of the 3-0 that we both expected.
Yeah, we were both, a lot of people probably were expecting the 3-0, and you weren't expecting Orbit, with that pressure of the, being down 2 maps, infection uplink, especially when that first respawn didn't go too well for them. But really, Brit and Rarity stepping it up for Orbit. I think Brit also dropped a bomb on the hardpoint. I think it was 35 kills or something like that on the hardpoint. Here she dropped 25, but still putting up some really good numbers there. And Rarity on the objective. She's on the slaying. So Orbit really, really having a fantastic performance on that uplink. And just by, the skin of their teeth are they able to win that uplink. But the next map will be a CTF Fringe. So we will go to a quick intermission so we can load that up for you guys. We'll be right back.
Yes, sir. What?
Shut your eyes, don't be scared. Shut your eyes, watch those lights from the side. In your head, hypnotized. Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. Don't never bother. You wanna you wanna do it. Do you wanna build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play. I never see you anymore. Come out the door, it's like you've gone away. We used to be best buddies, and now we're not. I wish you would tell me why. Do you wanna build a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman. Do you wanna build a snowman?
What that booty do?
Santana.
Santana.
Now swing them arms. Arms. Swing them arms. Arms.
Oh, uh-oh.
You're the superstar above me when the sun goes down. The one and only who could light this town. And when you're feeling like you're burning out, I will remind you that you're a superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody You're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown, 'cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar, a superstar, 'cause you're a superstar, a superstar. You're a superstar. Xスルール X
Hello?
Who is it?
It's fucking lit.
Baby, you don't know what you do to me. Between me and you, I feel like chemistry. I won't Aqui é o MC Brinquedo, tá mandando passa-peca no pique do vice-versa, no pique do vice-versa. Pepeca no pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no pau, pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no 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 pau, pau na pepeca, você joga simples, você joga simples. Essa peça na xereca é peteleco no grelho. Aqui é o MC Brinquedo, tá mandando passa-peca no pique do vice-versa, no pique do vice-versa. Pepeca no pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no pau, pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no pau, pau na pepeca. Soltar essa porra. Aqui é o MC Brinquedo, tá mandando passa-peca no pique do vice-versa, no pique do vice-versa. Pepeca no pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no pau, pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no 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 pau, pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no pau, pau na pepeca. Na seta ela joga sem pressa, na seta ela joga sem pressa, na seta ela joga sem pressa, sem pressa, sem pressa. Pepeca no pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no pau, pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no pau, pau na pepeca, pepeca no pau, pau na pepeca. Essa peça na xereca é peteleco no grelhinho.
I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody no more. I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody no more. Yeah. So tired of you always letting all your past relationships steal your heart and hold you back. Don't tell me that you love me. As a matter of fact, you can have it back. 'Cause I don't want love, I just wanna live and make love to bad bitches who don't want relationships. I know it's bad, but I don't wanna hear. 'Cause when I wanted that, you didn't wanna give. I don't want love, love. I don't want love, love. And I know it's bad, but I don't wanna feel. Don't wanna be the one to fall in love when you want something else. Just left my baby girl a message. Said I'm not coming home, I'd rather be alone. She doesn't fully understand me, 'cause I'd rather leave than to cheat. That's when you go around ignoring all of my texts, then turn around giving all of your confessions. Don't wanna stay for the arguing and undressing, 'cause you just wanna say goodbye. And I don't know why, but I don't want love, I just wanna live and make love to bad bitches who don't want relationships. I know it's bad, but I don't wanna hear. When I wanted that, you didn't wanna give. I don't want love, love, love. I don't want love, love, love. And I know it's bad, but I don't wanna feel it. Don't wanna be the one to fall in love when you want something said. I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody no more. I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody no more. No more.
Welcome back, guys, to the Female Pro League stream. We are so sorry for this large delay, but we're going to jump on another match, a very, very exciting match to keep the stream on schedule. We got Riot versus Savage. So Riot made its way to the second round by a win by forfeit against Virtue. And here Savage beat Lethal in the first round with a score of 3-1, winning the Hardpoint 250-105, the S&D 6-4, losing the Uplink 2-1 narrowly on the uplink there, and then on the CTF I don't have the score. Either way, Savage won 3-1 against Lethal, but now we are in evac hardpoint, Riot versus Savage. Let us know your predictions in the chat as we do jump in this banner protect system.
And right off the break, we're going to see that stock ban out of Emmys here. So that's going to be on our team Riot, and Fast Hands as well, and Man of War ban, that's pretty normal, but Fast Hands and stock, that's going to definitely change the game and make it a lot more slow pace, especially on a map like evac, where we're going to have our subs. And there, once again, completely changing the pace of the game. Afterburner too. This is going to be a crazy start to the match. It's going to make teams not able to go on those crazy wall runs and get behind the teams as fast. Fast hands are going to make sure there's a lot more pre-aiming, so the movement is going to definitely be decreased. So all of these factors included is definitely going to pay a toll on our sub players. It's going to make ARs a lot more dominant on this map. So we may or may not see 2 ARs in this positioning. We'll see how these teams elect to choose. But off the break on those Banner Protects, that's crazy. I haven't seen a Banner Protect like this in this female pro league in a long time.
Yeah, and I feel like the last time I seen a very screwy Banner Protect like that, I believe it was Riot, that really likes to play with the meta and the Banner Protect, like screwing out the stock, the fast hands. I've seen them play with a couple perks and a couple of attachments, and I feel like it's either Riot or a team like that that's been really playing with that, and maybe they're practicing with it, and they're hoping that a team like Savage has not practiced, playing an AR without stock or playing a sub without fast hands, things like that. Either way, leave your predictions in the chat of who you guys think will advance to the third round, and honestly, Riot is the favorite. They were the number 1 seed heading into this playoff. Of course, Savage, a very talented team. And beating Lethal 3-1 was surprising. I thought that was going to be a lot closer. I thought that was maybe going to be a 3-2, and I thought maybe even Lethal was going to take it. But Savage proving their worth, of course, in that first hardpoint. They won 250-105 against Lethal. So Riot's also not, I don't know how warmed up they are. They won by a forfeit against Virtue, so they didn't really get a match to play against quite yet. So Savage are probably all hyped up. So if Savage take this hardpoint, this is going to be a very, very interesting series to go.
Yeah, and Riot is definitely the more favored team in my opinion. Wolfenite's a very good AR player, and the same with Dream Crazy, who can switch back and forth. He's more of that hybrid role, and then we have Emmys and Lethal Lady. So we'll see how these teams elect to start this map. But Danielle also is going to be on that opposing end, who's also a very good player. I don't know how she's going to match up against these players, though. Sivers is a very good S&D player. Her respawn game is strong, too. So honestly, this match is going to be very close, but I'm going to have to give the favored edge, especially on this hard point to start off, to Riot. So it seems like they have their Banner Protects together, and they're playing very well with that. So we're going to see how they have to start this off. We're going to need a strong start from Savage, especially with these bans in place that are going to limit the game against them in the favor of how Riot banned out Fast Hands. So they obviously practice with that.
Yeah, and I mean, just how the Banner Protect goes, you can definitely tell Riot have had this planned out. So obviously, I would say that I want to give the edge to Savage just because they're all warmed up. They're probably all hyped against, beating Lethal and things like that, right? Just kind of waiting for their match to start. So I'm feeling like Savage is more warmed up, but Riot completely control that Banner Protect, banning everything maybe that they've practiced with and things like that. And of course, being the number 1 seed, on paper, they're the best team in the league. But how are Savage going to match up against them? Of course, it's going to be all down to how Danielle's going to play. She's a big factor on that team. If she goes off, the team, I feel, wins everything. But when Danny doesn't do so well in the slaying department, I feel like that's just been a really big factor for that team. And of course, I've seen Flavor been the second slayer, or the second slayer on that squad that really has to go off for her team. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against the slaying capabilities of Dream Crazy and Wolf Knight on the side of Riot. And even Emmys drops quite a bit of numbers. So there's so much of slaying potential on the side of Riot. Even Lethal Lady drops numbers. So you really got to expect these players of Savage to go off if they want to put up a good fight against Riot. But here, Danny is going to pull out the BRM with a smokes, and I think that's a thermal as well. Then we got some VMPs and a Sivers, that's Clammy with the HVK, and on the side of Riot, you have a Pharaoh, 2 VMPs, and Lethal Lady with the M8.
Yeah, so we're going to see some tack finally this game as the map gets smoked out, and here comes Danny with the BRM, getting 1 as Savage gets control of this hill initially. Wolfenite coming on the flank, though, and able to get 2, 3 right there down. Dream Crazy answering with Wolfenite, so Riot quickly getting back in here as Danielle is pushing in with that BRM thermal. Dream Crazy picking up another, and here comes the BRM, able to get 1 and get some shots from the other. Emmys is there to help her out, and she does get some bullets in, but Emmy's going to get the trade right there, able to pop out Danny right there, and Savage quickly answering back, so no one really has control here yet. Riot has that 10-point advantage, but it seems both teams are playing very well as they just set up for this rotation into the Kitchen Hill.
Yeah, and then you have a player like Wolf Knight, who's currently 6-1 on a 4 streak, already has a lightning strike off the first hill. Hellstorm, only 25 points off of that. Doesn't seem like Danielle's smoke strategy is working out too much. It's kind of all depending on luck when it comes to really these engagements, which Riot have been winning the most of them. Now they're trying to concentrate their firepower into getting those spawns for the second kitchen hill, which is currently occupied by those orange arrows of Savage. So some good beginning time coming out of them as Clammy's going to occupy that anchor position there with the HVK. The HGXD in the game and is not going to be able to take her out there, but finally Clammy drops as that anchor. Riot are going to flood into the hill. Emmys does drop, however, as Danny picks up a nice 2-piece.
And Flavor individually trying to push for these spawns, but looks like it's going to fail as as Riot is able to hold these spawns for a limited amount of time, as now they're spawning up in this glass. This could be a good break for Savage. They just win this engagement in the back. That's Lethal Lady, who has to go big here, able to get one. Gets some bullets into her, but doesn't fall yet. Finally falls, and Savage is going to... Danielle needs to win this, and she does. So she does have the close spawns now, but looks like it doesn't matter as the rotation's coming in, and those players did spawn out glass. So Riot quickly getting that small lead by 30 to 40 points here as we move into the second hill. This is more than less the money hill, so Savage is going to have to go really big on these spawns. It looks like the players on Riot are already doing a good job pinching this. That's going to be 2 down as Dream Crazy and Lethal Lady able to get 2, and they are very smart knowing that those players are going to be spawning back them. Unfortunately, unable to break the spawn as Sivers is going to be the one who has to stay up here and able to get 1 right there. Looking for the second who's going to get in there and get 2. So hold down spawns for your team as they're going to be getting that, Riot's going to be getting that close field spawn now. What they really need to do is push out the back here and get that good power position spawn here for this more than less money hill.
Fantastic lightning strike out of Wolf Knight. Emmys also full streaks, dart, counter UAV, and the HGXD. Maybe would have had some better streaks like a lightning strike and a Hellstorm like her teammate did. However, let's see what this dart can do now. Let's see how Emmy's piloting skills are. She's going to miss that one player here, but at least getting some good information where those players are setting up from Savage on that hill. Flavor's going to get some nice kills there, but a lot of the time going in Savage's favor, so they're really trying to decrease this lead as much as they can. It's only about a 30-point lead for Riot still, and the rotation's already in glass. You can see those orange arrows of Savage occupying nicely the middle map. The HGXD on the board for Sivers. Can she pick up a kill? And no, she doesn't. So Riot now 3 players flooding into the hill. Hill still occupied, however, by Savage.
Yep, and Savage slowly getting back into this. His Flavor's going big, and here comes the Heat Wave. Able to get 2. That's Dream Crazy's Emmy's falling. Lethal Lady is going to be the player to get some picks here, but does still up there and still getting the picks, but her teammates are falling around her. Finally, Danielle picks her off as Savage is bringing this back, only down by 5 points now. Able to get almost the whole time here as their teammates are just slaying out, but here comes the double smokes in to try and break this hill. We aren't seeing money tacticals. Those names need to start throwing by Lethal Lady. So we aren't really seeing those. All we're seeing is really smokes on the map, and it really doesn't seem to be benefiting either team except for the team in the hill. So if these smokes are going to be used, we really need to see them used more for breaks rather than just giving the cover fire for the team inside the hill. Other than that, Riot trying to go for this rotation again. It looks like they favor this hill really well as they're able to get almost the full 60 seconds last time they got on this rotation.
Yeah, and the sub work out of Savage is going really well. They pretty much held most of the time there on glass, and they're able to take a nice, comfortable 20-point lead as the Sivers, they popped that active camo earlier, getting some nice kills. Emmys with the 3, unfortunately one of them being her teammate with that HGXD. But we'll be rotating over to this middle hill now. It's still currently occupied by Savage, so that smoke, like you said, hasn't been working out too much. If they are able to not use the smokes and just rely on their subs to really slay close range, they did really well on that glass hill. They just need to keep it up there and stop Riot from coming in. And fantastic, almost 2-piece by Sivers as Emmys now gonna flood into the hill, and Riot now kind of a disorganized push. Emmys and now Lethal Lady on the hill, 2 of them trying to get that kitchen flank as Dream Crazy and Wolf Knight focusing on those heli spawns for kitchen. Dream Crazy needs to go big here, and no, she does drop in the last one. The Sivers needs to get this kill, and she just dropped as well. So Riot holding those helipad spawns for kitchen hill is going to be really huge, and once again, like you said, it's kind of a money hill, so this is where I think Riot's going to take back their lead.
And Dream Crazy, good map awareness, knowing those players are going to be pushing that glass side. Unfortunately, she did fall, and these are going to be a big gunfight here as both teams are going to be spawning out for the moment. But looks like Riot's able to secure those spawns, able to decrease that small lead that they were suffering from only 10 points now. So these leads keep on fluctuating. Both these teams are very even. As you can tell, the slaying is going very even as well. And here comes a 3 push down the hill, but Dream Crazy able to pick off 3, but that's followed by a Sivers. The last one left, able to get 2 and break the hill by herself. That 3-piece was going to be big, though, as her teammates are pushing up, and finally 2 more go down as Emmy's also able to clean up Dream Crazy with the 2 players she did pick. The Heat Wave comes in by Flavor, and she's able to get 2, but Dream Crazy getting the trade. This is just going back and forth, 2-piece to 2-piece. These teams are so evenly matched. We really have a great showdown here as the teams need to start going for the rotation. Savage here once again on this money hill, able to get these spawns. Now the gunfights here are going to be very important.
Yeah, and Rye got a good chunk of time over on that kitchen hill, so now they take a small lead, but just like that, you're going to see on this next hill, it's going to be occupied by those orange arrows of Savage. So how are they going to stop Rye from coming in? So they're going to spawn over at this glass area. Flavor currently holding this hill time here with the VMP. Just needs to hold back these players. Claiming also holding on a 3 streak, has the sights. She's going to be taken out there by, I think that's Wolfenite now. Dream Crazy now, he's flooding into the hill. How are Riot going to do this? Are they able to hold this time? And just like that, the Riot is going to take back that lead. So this has just been a struggle for both teams to keep control, as it's been break after break. And now 30 seconds left. No rotations yet. HCXD's across the board trying to pick up some kills. But now Riot has had some pretty good control. Now they're going to have to worry about rotating the glass soon.
And Dream Crazy doing a very good job with her map awareness, able to pick up these players on the spawns and just keep control of those power positions. With 13 seconds left, this is a hill that you can push Scrap on if you watch Dream Crazy fall off the map here, and Danielle is going to go ahead and break that hill. So this is one of the very few hills that we see teams push Scrap time on, because this hill really defines on both side pushes. So if you push from both sides or push out trees and pillar, then team spawns out. There is no set spawn for you want here. But here we go, Savage going to be getting that pillar spawn, so they really need to start, or that tree spawn, they really need to start pushing out pillar, as all of Riot's going to be spawning there. And finally the field spawn is coming out. Savage is pushing out, and it looks like they're getting that bad spawn. So Riot's at a big disadvantage here, is they're able to get up a lot of time on the other hill. That lead slowly decreases, and once again Savage is evens out the score to 160 to 160. That's insane. We haven't seen a close match like this in a long time. Danielle's trying to hold down this match, and turns and almost 360s that player, getting that kill though. Flavor able to get the trade. Beautiful plays by Savage, able to hold down this hill. All Flavor has to do is play her life here, so she's at that heat wave 25 away from that RC car. She's going to be playing for her streaks there as 2 go down. Looking in that water. Here comes 3 players. Pushing it, and then when the heat wave comes in, that's going to be 1. Looking for 2. She does get 2. Another one to a 3rd. She isn't able to get that. Wolfenite able to get the pick, but Clammy's there to get the trade. Lethal Lady getting another one, but Danielle's there to trade once again.
Yeah, some fantastic kills out of both squads, and now the lead change once again in Savage's favor, only by about 20 points. Like you said, RC cars earlier, there's been, I swear, 1 or 2 RC cars per hill, and everybody's been switching over to that flak jacket class, and of course shooting them before they even get into the hill. And once again, another RC car shot down before it can do any damage. Back into this middle hill, you're going to see kinetic armor being activated there by Danny, but she does drop, as well as Sivers making it up with the 2-piece, Flavor with the 3rd, Dream Crazy with a 2-piece of her own, now sitting on the hill. Needs to do some work here with the HVK. Now the kinetic armor is going to be enabled. She's able to pick off some more players coming into the hill. Riot now might make this lead change go in their favor. Another RC car comes in the hill, and this time it's able to pick up Wolfenite. But fantastic hold there by Riot. Can they keep this up? But it's all going to be about who's going to hold those heli spawns for the kitchen hill next.
And Dream Crazy trying to take this game into her own hands. 36 and 25, trying to go for the 2-piece, and she's able to get 3. Dream Crazy is going on a rampage right here. 38 and 25, looking at the spawn. She knows those players are coming there. RC car in hand, waiting for her teammates to try and get these pills. But looks like Savage has the spawn control here, and that's going to be huge going into this kitchen hill. That RC car slowly gets quickly gets picked off as Dream Crazy goes for that player, got it, but gets traded right away. Great plays by Danielle, able to push out these spawns. And it looks like Savage is going huge. 206 to 192, slowly racking up these scores as the Sivers is going to be one holding the spawns here. She really needs to go and help her team right here, though, as those players are going to be spawning out, and it doesn't look like any of these players are pushing out the back. Finally, 1 go down. The trades happen. Lethal Lady goes for Flavor. Clammy answers back, and Danielle and a Sivers, and that's 4 down against Riot. Riot's at a really tough point in this game. They really need to keep flooding this hill. They can't focus on the next hill, for if they do, they are going to end up losing on this hill. These are going to be huge contest points. Riot needs to go huge here, but it's Savage answering back, able to get all these points. Savage, can they close it out right here?
Can they close it out? This is going to be grade 10 points left. Savage still holding on to the hill. Desperate kills coming out of Riot, pushing top apartment, pushing bottom apartment. They haven't had any of the preferable spawns they needed to really flood this hill properly. Here comes Dream Crazy. She drops as well. 1 point away for Savage. It's going to come down to the rotation of the next hill. Just one more point. Emmys needs to stay alive here, and she does drop, trying to touch the hill. Somebody on Savage needs to touch the hill, but all 3 players of Riot are going to be there, and this needs to be a perfect hardpoint game out of Riot. They're still 50 points away, so the comeback is still real, and there's a that's a dart coming in, but just like that, Savage are going to take map number 1 against Riot, 250 to 201, to one of the most exciting hardpoints we've seen on Female Pro League in a while.
That was crazy. There was no favorite team here. That went back to back to back. We haven't seen a hard point, like you said, like that in a long time. That was insane. Savage able to take it though, with all 4 players of that team drop 30 kills together. We saw in Dream Crazy though having an absolutely phenomenal game. I don't know how she didn't win that. 12 defense. We just saw 3 pieces back to back to back, but unable to fall up. They fall short, only by 49 points though, so that momentum going in this S&D won't be greatly affected, as they know they match up very well against this team.
Yeah, so we're just going to pop the bracket up on stream for you guys so you can guys take a look at the losers bracket. So it's going to be Lethal Gaming versus Virtue for that first match, and Sway's going to face off against the loser of the Orbit versus Strictly Business match, which I don't know quite yet what the score of that is, but we're going to be heading into map number 2 of this Riot versus Savage game. I apologize. We're going to be right back after this quick intermission.
Get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah.
shit, baby, like a payphone.
Welcome back, guys, to the Female Pro League stream. North American Grand Finals of this league. And Savage versus Riot is on stream here. And map number 2, Savage taking the first hardpoint, 250 to 201. This is a very, very tight hardpoint coming to the last hill. And now we'll be in a breach, search, and destroy. Leave your predictions in the chat. Who you think might be taking this? Of course, the favorites here were Riot from the start, but Savage, a very, very good team, coming off a hot win against Lethal Gaming. So now you can tell they're definitely warmed up.
Yep, and surprising, in fact, that Savage took that first map. I fully expected Riot to take it, but now they're going into this map with full-on confidence. And I know Danielle and Sivers are very good S&D players, so going in this is going to be really interesting to see who's going to take this. Savage might end up taking this series after this map 2-0, and that's going to be really interesting to see how Riot answers back. But in this Ban Protect, we're going to see that Overkill and Thermal knocked off. I know that's really targeting a Sivers, as she's more or less the known player to snipe around in these S&D matches. Other than that, we're going to see normal bans, High Cal, Rapid, Overclock, RC, Stun, Flash. So nothing out of the ordinary there in that S&D. No weird weapon bans like we saw in the, no weird perk bans like we saw in the hardpoint. So this is going to be pretty traditional S&D. As we move forward into the specialists, we have Dual Glitch, Dream Crazy, and Danielle.
Yeah, 2 glitches to start off, Heatwave to start off as well, Wolf Knight and Flavors. So Kinetic Armor also on the board. Active Camo is also going to be there, and that's pretty much going to be your traditional, very interesting use of these sites by claiming on a Search and Destroy, not something you would typically see. Maybe I'm thinking that was most likely a mistake. Of course, Overclock is out of the game, so you're not going to get specials as quick. Either way, that's going to be your Ban Protect system so far. Overdrive out of Lethal Lady is going to be different from Clammy Scythe. So hopefully that was just a mistake and we can move on from that.
Yeah, I mean, you technically won't see that unless she's going off. And if it goes to a 5-5, you'll see that Scythe come into play, and that'll be insane. So we actually go to a 5-5, we see a Scythe come out. Oh, that's going to be a crazy one to watch. But we'll see how the game progresses. This is going to be a breach S&D. Pretty simple strats here. You'll often see 2B or 2A, 1 mid. You'll typically see one of those lanes stacked because it's a typical 3-lane S&D map, like how most of the maps should be. We have those lower wall run areas that need to be watched very precisely because you'll often see these players slip away and get behind those lanes, and those are going to be huge problems for the defensive end, as well as the offensive end as well, allowing for those easy flanks to happen off the break. So we see how those players manipulate those. We'll often see some 4 pushes, especially on the offensive end. Sometimes on defense, we'll see a 4B push with those power positions, but we have to see how these players elect to play. It's going to be really interesting to watch. Really notable is those sniper positionings. Even though that Overkill and Thermal's gone, we're going to see those sniper the sniper spots to pre-shoot off the break. So we're going to have that on the top green and the top AC, double jump to broken. So we'll see if a Sivers or whoever the sniper is on Riot, how they elect to use those spots. It's going to be really interesting breach S&D as we move forward. Savage taking that first map, trying to go up 2-0 here.
Yeah, and I mean, both extremely talented teams. Like I've said from the beginning, Riot's like, the favorite on paper. They won also Season 1 with the squad, I do believe. And Savage, they had some roster issues-ish. Danny was playing, sometimes not. So, but really, they're really showing up tonight, winning against Riot, which was maybe, I wouldn't say an upset, but it was definitely a surprise to see how close and how they won at the end. I really thought Riot was going to be winning the hardpoint respawn for sure, and especially on Riot's host. Either way, on this S&D, both very good, talented squads, expecting both of their objective players to go off. So I think Emmys had the most objective time on hardpoint. Not sure who usually holds the bomb. I think it's either Wolf Knight or Emmys. And on the side of Savage, you got Flavor and Clammy that kind of trade that objective role. And let's see if the Sivers is still going to opt to pull out the sniper, even though I think there's Thermal and Overkill. I'm thinking most likely she does with the RK5. Let's see. No, she looks like she just has the now she pulls it out now. She has the Locust. No, she switched to the SVG with the Varus. Okay, now back to the Locust. Either way, she's going to pull out a sniper here on this S&D. So let's see if she'll be able to get a first pick.
Yep, and there it is. The stock sniper with the Varric sight by a Sivers. I really want to start off with her on the break. The sniper's really interesting to watch, especially on Breach S&D. So it looks like she's going to elect to go for that broken peak from that AC hop-up, and she's going to look. Doesn't seem to spawn any of those players. Lethal Lady able to get one in the middle of the map. Danielle trying to trade. Lethal Lady trades her, though, with Lethal Lady off the break. Gets a nice two-piece in this S&D, making Savage down 2 players, and just like that, Sivers going to be stuck in a 1v3, but gets one. Sivers now here in a 1v2, has that sniper and pistol in hand. Both those players are playing together near that bomb. It seems like they know it's down. So Sivers has a lot of work on her hands early on.
Yeah, and that was a nice two-piece by Lethal Lady at the beginning to really turn the tides in the favor of her squad. So you're going to assume this is a Riot win. How is the Sivers going to attack this? She's going to go around this flank. Has that RK5 for the close range. Will she be able to spot that player in the corner? But she goes around to this green area. Emmys would be the one to watch, see if she crosses through this bottom broken area. And you can see a Sivers is on top of her pretty much, has the SVG out. She finally decided which sniper she wanted, and there's a Riot player right on the other side of that box. So how is the Sivers going to get pinched? You know, she's just going to walk around the corner and finally get taken out just like that. Lethal Lady picking up 3 kills this round. Wolf Knight with the 4th, and Riot going to pick up their first defensive win.
And that's a really common spot now as the game progressed. I often use that a lot in the break off this Breach S&D. It's a crazy good spot because you can stand for that wall run. You can also see the push inside a palace. So really smart plays by her to elect to use that power position there to win that round. They're playing very close and playing corners, no really running around, making sure that they won that first round. Riot doing a quick job right there. As Lethal Lady 3-0 off the break. Really want to get on board with her, see if she can progress towards that Dart, Lightning, and Hellstorm, as those could play a big factor as this S&D moves forward. Looks like Savage is highly stacking that B bomb site here. They do have that A cross those. Danielle's going to slowly rotate into that middle map, but shots are going down. Those are players at B. It looks like Emmys is going to get kind of aggressive here with a minute left. It looks like Riot's kind of progressing towards that B bomb as all those players of Savage slowly rotated towards the middle of the map. So that means Flavors by herself on that B bomb. Riot could take advantage of this and push up, but looks like the rotation back is occurring.
Yeah, and Lethal Lady's been watching this flank, but they could be going bottom lab to flank as well, so I'm not really liking her position that much. I guess she's trying to tell people to go towards this A site, and she's could be clearing it now. And now you see the duo ship here as Clammy's going to be taken off rotation here by Dream Crazy, so Riot are going to have that advantage here. Wolf Knight getting the bomb down as Flavor also gets taken out by Dream Crazy, so that's 2 kills for her. Rocking that MH, she's going to be watching over this middle map. Can she make that a 3 or a 4 piece? As the Sivers and friends now rotating over from the B side. As Sivers also drops the Dream Crazy. Can she get the ace? Danny picks up 1, now left in a 1 versus 3 with a bomb still to defuse, and now she's stuck in this middle map with the M8. What can she do here?
Yep, Danielle really needs to go big here. That bomb is down though, so that's going to be in her favor, and she does get... Oh man, she outguns Dream Crazy. So this is going to be huge. She has to defuse that bomb, so it was against her favor, my fault. She has to defuse this bomb though, so it looks like she's just going to be playing for kills as they know that she's a middle map smartly, not challenging. Riot's going to take this 2-0 lead right here. Danielle's just going to let that bomb explode and also going to die, so that adds more points to those players who planted the bomb, and that's going to be Wolf Knight. So Wolf Knight's going to be playing for her streaks at this point. She got an extra 250 bonus to the end of the round.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice stack from Savage at the beginning to stack B, and then, you know, when Riot rotated over to A and got the bomb down, kind of didn't know what to do there, especially when Dream Crazy was picking everybody off from rotation. I think she got 3 before she got the ace, and then Danny was kind of left by herself. But Danny did the smart thing of trying to play her life. Unfortunately, she just ran past somebody who was in a corner and then didn't end up playing her life at all. Either way, we're in the 3rd round of this S&D. Savage back on this offensive side. Sivers is going to have the bomb in hand, switch to the VMP, so not the SVG. And we're seeing a very slow offensive strategy of waiting in spawn or maybe having a team discussion of which bomb to go to. And actually, a Sivers is having connection interrupted on my screen. Or maybe I'm having
connection interrupted too.
I think maybe
they're icing Wolf Knight. I can feel it. They said Wolf Knight starting off hot. They're going for that dart. They're just going to ice her really quick. So it looks like Savage taking the sneaky route here. Recently down 0-2, trying to ice that Riot team. I like the plays here, but this game is going to drop, so unfortunately I can't really cast much over this connection interrupted screen, and here we go, black screen.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go to a quick intermission. We're gonna pop the bracket on stream so you guys can leave your predictions on the other matches going on. We're gonna be right back to make sure these players can connect.
hope that hides from you.
Welcome back, guys, to the Female Pro League stream. Apologize for the delay. We just had a disconnection on the side of Savage's host, so Riot will be taking that round. So Riot will also be leading this S&D 3-0. I'm not sure if it's gonna be able to show it, but we will be reminding you on stream. So Riot will be back on the offensive side with a 3-0 lead against Savage. So Riot had some streaks there. I think that was Wolfenite, and they had some specialists on the board, but unfortunately, we're gonna have to reset all of that. And same specialist, same banner protects, and also off-stream Flawless dropped their hardpoint map against SB 252-152. And that's all the updates I have for you guys as we will be beginning this S&D.
And off the break, Savage really needs to start going big here. They are down 0-3, so Riot's going to have that full advantage. Riot going to be pushing up towards that A site. There's only one player here. That's going to be Danielle. She has to get a pick here, but it looks like she's going to be team shot and taken down. And right off the break, Riot getting control again. That flank player, Emmy's getting one, trying to look for two, but unable to get that. So like Riot off the break with the 3-round wins. They're also able to take down 3 players of that Savage team within the first 30 seconds. And the Sivers, just like that, left to try and clutch this round all by herself.
Yeah, that was a very quick offensive round out of Riot, just getting that bomb down very quick. And Sivers left in a sticky situation. At least she doesn't have the Locust. She has the M8 to work with and has the RK5 in her back pocket as well. Could be almost picking off this player, and unfortunately couldn't connect those shots. Dreamcrazy is able to close that off. Also finishing off that round with 3 kills and Emmys with 1. So Riot currently up 4-0 to Savage. So 2 more rounds away, and this might be evening up the series 1-1 heading into the uplink.
Yeah. So we're not going to see that 3-0 unless Savage can make something crazy happen here. But Savage going on this offensive end, this is going to be an important round to win, or they're probably just going to be out of it. We probably will not see that 5-0 comeback, but you never know. So Danielle off the break. It looks like they're going to be going A, answering right back. There's only one player there. That's going to be Dream Crazy. They have to get some team shots into her as she's able to get some, and beautiful plays right there. They bait each other out as Stiver's able to get that pick. So now Savage has this small advantage here on this offensive end. They do spot that player in the middle. The bomb's going to be going down. Danielle is watching over here with the sub. Doesn't spot any players yet and gets some bad timing. And that player does hop over. Danielle's able to get the trade though. And right, answering back, trading 2v2 situation here. Savage has the small advantage with that bomb down.
Yeah, Riot has a lot of work to do, and of course dropping Dream Crazy early in the round was not too good for them, but would have liked to see Wolfenite use some of the smokes, maybe smoke out the person who's playing the bomb and maybe rush her or do something crazy with the smokes. Either way, bomb defuse going in favor of Riot, so this is going to be 5-0, I believe, in favor of Riot. So 1 more round, guys, and we're going to see a tie series. Can Savage answer back after that unfortunate disconnect by Flavor on her host there? I think it was Flavor. Either way, it's been an unfortunate S&D for Savages. I don't really want to see them go down 6-0 because I do think they're a very, very talented S&D team. It just hasn't been working out here on Breach S&D, especially.
Yeah, and I'm so sure we don't see a 5-0 comeback. I will give away $500 if Savage comes back right here. I am that sure. I am that positive. So let's see if Savage can prove me wrong. I really don't want to give $500 away, but I will if they do. So here we go. Savage is going to stack that B site. Able to get 1 on that player who is Wolfenite. Able to get 2 right there. Savage taking my call as that bomb does go down. Dream Crazy and Lethal Lady stuck in a 2v4 situation here. Dream Crazy looking around to see if any of those players make an antsy play. Same with your Lethal Lady, just sticking together. That bomb is down and Savage is stacking around it. Here's that antsy player. That's going to be Clammy. As she's able to get Lethal Lady. Dream Crazy going in for the trade, and that's going to be 1. Dream Crazy now stuck in a 1v3 to close out the game here as they're up 5-0. If you weren't here, Riot, the game did disconnect, and Riot's up 3-0 in the previous start. So they are currently at 5-0. Let's see if Dream Crazy can do it and close it out with the 6-0 advantageous start. But all those Savage players around that bomb, so really doesn't have any breathing room here unless some anti plays go down, which I don't really see happening at this point.
Yeah, and she's got the AR in hand, unless she's able to get some nice picks. Maybe if this player pokes her, and she does, but if Sivir's able to get those nice VMP shots on her, and Savage are able to stay alive with 1 round win, and using that bomb as a head glitch, definitely a good advantage there, as unfortunate situation for Dream Crazy. But now we're going to be switching things up, and Dream Crazy's leading in kills with 4 and 2, but now Savage coming back to life as Danny's leading on their side with 3 to 2. Savage back on the offensive side. You can see as Sivers has not really gone back to her Locust ever since. Not really too much of a sniping map, especially on S&D. The Sivers going to have the bomb in hand, heading towards his B bomb site. They're going to have a very aggressive player around the corner. It's going to be Wolf Knight laying down behind his bomb. Can she get the first pick? If this bomb carrier does poke, she might be able to. It's a very upfront push by Ride, but Savage might be getting these long-range picks, so I would say Wolfenite maybe throw down some smokes and get aggressive, but either way, Emmys gets their first blood on Danielle.
And Danielle down, Flavor down, Savage very, very quickly stuck in a 2v4 situation, making their hopes and dreams of the 5-0 comeback looking very slow. The curtain is falling, but Clammy able to get 1, making it a 2v3 situation. Lethal Lady is going to get picked off. Those players are around that B bomb site. Wolfenite and Emmys and Dream Crazy. He's going to be our lone ranger, looking at that middle map, trying to see where these players are going. Clammy's able to connect some bullets on Wolfenite, but they're going to quickly back off. It looks like we're going to have a 2 middle push here by Sivers and Clammy. Really need to get something done here. This bomb has to go down. They spot Dream Crazy, but Dream Crazy is able to get 1. Sivers now stuck in a 1v3, but Dream Crazy shutting it down, ending the S&D 6-1 in favor of Riot, tying the series 1-1 with that unfortunate hard point loss, 250 to 201, bringing this right back.
Yeah, that was a really nice prediction out of Dream Crazy to just pre-aim. I mean, they saw that Clammy was rotating back into lab, and all they really had to do is watch middle map or just rotate over to Palace, and that was an easy round win by Riot. So now they're going to end the game, and Riot will be tying up the series 1-1, heading into the next uplink that I don't actually know the map, but we will be popping the bracket up on stream for you guys while we go to this quick intermission. Leave your predictions, in the chat. We will be right back after this quick intermission.
now is the best moment you ever known. Everything is perfect, everything just fine. We're keeping everything moving while the sun shines. Everything is perfect, everything just fine. We're keeping everything moving while the sun shines.
Welcome back, guys, to the Female Pro League stream. We got Savage and Riot still on stream for map number 3 series, currently tied 1-1 after Riot had a very impressive S&D win of 6-1, and Savage, of course, taking that first hard point, 250 to 201, I believe. You know, Dream Crazy having a fantastic performance in the hard point and the S&D as well. Let's see what they can do here on Fringe Uplink. Who's going to be taking the lead in the series? And we're going to start off with a very interesting Banner Protect, of course. We're going to have Flavor's team Savage really trying to counteract how that respawn Banner Protect went in the hard points of protecting the stock and banning the fast hands again.
Yeah, so right at the break, like you said, the counteractment, but fast hands is still going to make it out. So that's going to be in favor of our Riot team. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out in that evac as they did manage to lose it. But the S&D, they were pretty dominant. So they go into this uplink in a very momentum fashion, less our friends on Savage can start off the game very strong. Fringe Hardpoint is all about that spawn trap and AR presence. So if our ARs are slaying out mid, it allows our subs to really push out those lanes and start the spawn trap. So we really want to see those focus around rails. That's going to be the main focus. And then, of course, occasionally we'll see those plays on tin where we'll see the OE and the ball get thrown. Maybe some smokes on this map, too. We'll often see that. Another big thing about Fringe is the specialists really play a key role. It isn't really the biggest map in the game, but it isn't the smallest. It's a medium range map, but the portals are so close together, or not close, they are so the parts of the map around the portals are so easily accessible for your specialists to be used. It becomes a big play if they're used right. So we're going to see that kinetic armor. Flavor and Wolf and I are going to match, and Lethal Lady with the sight. So we'll see how these teams progress and what we'll see 2 weapons or 1 weapon for either team.
Of course. So just based off how the hard point went, you know, Savage have a very strong sub-player presence. I found like Flavor and Sivers, I think it was, had just their sub work was really, really well. And that's how they were able to hold so many of those close range hills like Glass and I think Kitchen they did really well on. But then it was those multi-kills that of Dream Crazy with that AR and who else? And Wolf Knight also I think I had a really great game. And even S&D Wolf Knight was able to get some streaks. So if they're able to hold that fire, I think that Fringe uplink is going to be just as close as that hard point. It's really going to probably come down to that last dunk or that last 1-point play. But just looking at the specialist draft here, I think there's really nothing that different besides the Tempest and the Annihilator I see. So like you said, Max, you know, you're a fan of the Tempest because of that spread, I guess, extra kills you can get. But Danielle has a pretty nice Annihilator shot, so it can really come down to the same amount of kills if you know how to use it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this Fringe uplink goes now that both teams are nicely warmed up.
Yeah, so that beginning match, I don't know if both these teams really played before this or what was going on. So you're right that warm-up could have made a big effect on the beginning match. It seems like Riot's nice and warmed up now with that S&D. They played beautifully. So going into this uplink, I fully expect, I mean, I was wrong before was saying Riot took that hard point. I fully expect Riot to take this uplink, though. I have good faith in this team, and I know that Wolf and I and Dream Crazy are very good players together. I'm not so close or know a lot about Lethal Lady or Emmys, but over this S&D, I saw them playing very well together, so that's going to translate into this uplink. All these kills are going to be important off the break. We're going to see how these teams elect to play it, whether they 3-push rails, go for an OE. Some of these teams will have break-off strats, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they elect to use those. But on the side of Savage, Danielle is going to be doing fine work with the AR. I've seen her play this map before, and this is one of her favored maps. So if she starts going off, this could be big trouble for Riot. Well, as we progress forward, the classes are going to be picked. We're going to see these streaks get picked, and we're going to move forward and see which team's going to go up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, no heat wave and no overdrive. It's definitely going to make things interesting. We saw some really great heat wave plays in the hard point, the uplink, where you really heat wave and you can get a couple kills, or even when you're about to dunk, you pop a heat wave. Same, and then of course no overdrive. Would like to see even an active camo. I think made it off the board in the last uplink we did cast, but now editing their score streaks. Wonder, I think I saw Danny with a Cerberus in the S&D. I wonder if she's going to keep that on for the uplink. Hopefully Wolf Knight can make up her streaks here on the uplink as well. And streaks, especially on uplink, or especially on any respawn map, can drastically change a game. Overclock still in the game, of course, to get those specialists even faster. So I wonder if we're going to see any Cerberuses. Is anybody going to go off? We saw Dream Crazy in the hardpoint drop 40 kills. Can she make that happen again? I'm expecting some Hellstorm, some Lightning Strikes, maybe even a Cerberus on the board. We've seen Danny earn a couple of those, I think mostly on the hardpoints. But uplink's definitely a game you can slay quite a bit if you really just, if that's mainly what your role is, to just slay out the other team. Danny is going to start off with that BRM smoke thermal class that she did in the hardpoint. Didn't really work out for her. She actually, I think, switched off of it after a couple hills. But she likes to really start off the break with that.
So we're gonna see the BRM thermal off the break again. This gun is awesome. You don't really see a lot of teams use it. And she got the double smokes. We got Sentex is on the line for Savage. We got one Sentex on the board, or one Sentex, 2 smokes for Riot. So that's pretty normal on those sides. But we're gonna start on board with Danielle, who's got that BRM thermal. She smoked off the map, and it looks like there's only one player in the middle who's gonna grab the ball. As she doesn't really see that player, she's going to be wrapping back to tracks as Riot able to get 2. This is going to be huge. That ball gets thrown up too. But Danielle able to knock off 1. That ball carrier is good for a 2-pointer, but only goes for 1. Trying to play it safe. Right off the break, Riot having a good break-off strat, getting that ball to the players who pushed up rails, and we're going to see Riot take this early lead. Full momentum in his favor after that 6-1 lead, and they already have that ball pushed up again too, as that player is playing that sub role, creating some problems in that red building.
I mean, Riot isn't even slaying that much. They almost have the equal amount of kills here. Wolf Knight now currently 4-0, but it's just the map control that Riot is holding, and they are just out for blood. They're jumping on the drone, pushing it up for yardage. Clammy is now able to stop those 2 players from Riot. She's going to pick up the drone, go back towards this middle map, but don't want to be too risky. I think there's one player to worry about. That's Dream Crazy in middle map. Smoke's being laid out just like a wall, and Clammy is going to drop that drone and actually throw it out across the smokes, trying to get some more kills here, but Riot have slain 3 players of Savage going down, and a Sivers needs to go big here, and she drops as well. Lethal Lady could be going for some points here. She's going to pass it to a teammate, but this could be more points for Riot.
Yeah, and Riot's doing a beautiful job, especially on the unfavored side of this map. I mean, it isn't closely too unfavored since the spawn trap can go either way, but that tin spawn trap is a lot more deadly than the spawn trap you can set up on this side. But here we go. Emmys does have that ball, waiting for her teammates to get some picks. Unfortunately, 2 of her teammates do go down, and she's just trying to make a 1-point play happen here. Tries to move around with the movement, but does get picked off, and Clayman's going to go ahead and smartly throw that ball off the map and gets picked off right by Dream Crazy. Dream Crazy on a 3-kill streak now, trying to go for 4, but gets picked off. That RC car is not going to come into effect here, and we're just going to see slaying around the board. Riot just getting really aggressive. 2 more down. That ball gets that thrown into a positioning, almost turns on Flavor, but Flavor able to get that kill, and Lethal Lady once again has that ball. Will she elect to go for 1? No, sure. Teammates there, and she can go ahead and get that 2. Riot taking that 3-0 lead off the break with almost half the time left in this half.
Yeah, and Flavor could have been there to prevent it. She was right at that barn entrance, but I think she was chasing somebody in barn, so she didn't actually prevent that from happening. 3-0 in favor of Riot. About 2.5 minutes left, and it's just been blood and just, I mean, more points and more points. Savage doing a pretty good job, surprisingly, of putting up some defense. However, they have been giving up some points here. Emmy's now in charge of the drone, and it just seems like most of the drone control has been in Riot's favor. You know, you saw Clammy kind of touch about it, kind of go middle map, but she dropped right away. Now it's been Savage's only opportunity. Can this 1-point play connect? And it doesn't. Emmy's unfortunately dropping that, and there's not going to be any players from Riot to recover that. So Savage going for the reset, or possibly could be going towards tracks. They don't have any map control there, so a nice reset. But full map control, I mean, middle map is pretty much in favor of Riot. They even have Riot members in the Savage base, so Savage is just having such a hard time playing Riot on this map.
And here comes the spawn trap. Wolf Knight able to get 2. I think she's going to elect for go for this dunk as well, since those players are setting up the spawn trap. Beautiful plays by Riot, able to set up the unfavored spawn trap on this map on those head glitches. You don't see a lot of teams be able to practice and get this done, as they really have their uplink game down. We saw a couple of missed 1-point throws, but it really hasn't affected the team so far, as you see these players just able to get the spawn trap over and over and over again. Really, you can see the team chemistry going well. And look at this play by Emmys. This is important to realize, because we saw that Savage went for the OE and tried to flip up their spawn, so she smartly waited for those players to get the spawn, her team to get a little more control before she got that 2-point play. So that was really good map awareness by her, and you don't really see that out of a lot of the players in this league.
Yeah, this is a scary side of Riot we have not seen in a while. 7-0, and this is only the first half. And just looking at the score, you see obviously Dream Crazy is double positive. Switches to the Dingo. I don't know how long she's been playing with that, but very interesting class set out of her. Wolf Knight also doing a fantastic job, pretty much double positive with the VMP Smoke class. And other than that, everyone's been doing a good job. Somebody who has been doing well is Danielle, triple negative on the side of Savage. And that's, like I've said before, that's the player that has to go off on the side of Savage to really match that slaying capabilities out of Riot. And you can see just that whole team is struggling to slay Riot out of their base. They have to worry about those players flipping spawns on them, and then they have to try and get that middle map control, make some objective happening. But you've seen just time and time again, Riot full middle map control. They have not let Savage even barely stay alive here, and now Clammy's going to try and make some work. He's trying to hold that power position as Siver's watching over tracks, and just like that, 3 players of Riot do go down. This is Savage's chance to put some points on the board before the second half.
And finally, a play that could potentially get some points on the board happens, but the ball, there we go, and the active cam does get him in board. Dream Crazy getting a team kill. So Savage not completely out of the game yet, only down by around 3 possessions here. Riot did a quick job of getting get favor of those red spawns and allowing for that spawn trap to happen, as I've emphasized many times. So as we progress forward into the next side, I really want to see how Riot sets up the spawn trap on Timby. This could be deadly. It really seems like Savage didn't know how to break out. Danielle is having kind of a rough game here. 5-15. She really needs to pick it up in the slaying department for her team, and Savage really needs to make some work happen on this second side.
Of course, and let's see what Riot can do off the break. Danny's not going to have that BRM off the break. She's going to try and match that sub potential against Riot. She's trying to pick up one. There's already a Tempest on the board here, and that's going to be Dream Crazy. 3 down for Savage, as you're going to see Wolf Knight jump on the drone here, go towards this L-wall area. Can she get some more points on the board? You see Riot also occupying this tracks area, but Clammy, nice 2-piece. Danielle with the third. Nice defensive hold out of Savage. They need to push back Wolf Knight. Smokes out of Wolf Knight has been helping a little bit on defense, but Savage are able to recover the drone, go for the reset, and now hold this tracks control. So, but they don't have any middle map control, so they need to worry about Riot now jumping back on that drone reset. However, that was a very nice defense and very clutch kills coming out of Clammy to stop that push.
And a thing we didn't emphasize on Dream Crazy using a Dingo. That's literally like a submachine LMG. That's crazy. I did not know she was using that. But Emmy's going to be the last one left for Riot, just playing her life and getting go for that 15 second delay on that ball. Smart plays by her as the Riot members are spawning up. This now gives them a chance to get some kills and regain some map control. Dream Crazy is able to get 1 or 2 and gets picked off by Flavors, get traded right away. So right now Riot needs to get control of tracks and pushing up and get control of the enemy base here. The ball gets reset. Lethal Lady is going to be the one near it alongside her teammate, which is going to be Dream Crazy. He's going to be playing with that Vesper now. Really using an odd choice of guns here as Savage able to get 3 down once again. Emmy's the ball carrier with the active camo, and she goes for 1. Very unselfish plays by her, and I like it. Able to get another point on the board even when all of her teammates were down. So Emmy's just playing out of her mind right now. 11-15, but the plays we've seen her make with the ball have been absolutely phenomenal, and that's a big part of why Riot's winning this map by how much they are.
Yeah, and she's, the only one, or nope, sorry, Lethal Lady is also negative, but Emmy, just fantastic objective work out of her. And, before, when I used to watch Emmy, she was the one dropping 45 kills, and now she's picking up that objective role for Riot, at least here on the uplink. And she did also in the hardpoint have a lot of time in her hands. So I like how she's playing different roles, and now she's able to use that active camo. Great use of the specialist there. Riot now trying to hold back this push from Savage here, and they need to recover that drone. Flavor's trying to look for these players, and she gets taken out there by Wolf Knight. Silver is going to jump on that that drone needs to just get some more points, actually just throw it out or go for the reset actually. And now the drone will be back in middle map, and Savage have a little bit, actually some good middle map control here, but they got to worry about those AR players from Riot. It's going to be Dream Crazy still using that Dinko, pretty much pre-aiming this drone area, but she actually loses that gunfight to Clammy. So Savage could be pushing up and actually wait for this Trax push out of Riot. Wolf Knight with the 2-piece, Emmys with the 3rd, and this was a very interesting push out of Riot to really flank Savage there.
Yeah, and Savage really doesn't have much control here. They really need to start going big, as all we see on the kill feed right now is Riot, and they're all in the enemy space. But it looks like they fell at one point, so looks like Savage did get a little more control here, but it's going to be really important for them to push up. But here comes Clammy's Scythe. So these are going to be huge kills, and here comes the play right here by Sivers. Throwing the ball, trying to throw the ball over, but Calamy's going to get these kills. So that 2-point play is going to come in, and Flavors going for that spawn trap. Does get picked off. Lady Lady's going to be the only one in the base. She needs to get the kills, and Flavors setting up the spawn trap here. This game is not over yet. Savage does have control. They need to get the ball and keep getting kills. They don't have any time to delay here as that ball gets thrown into the base. These are going to be big kills to get, as that player is going to cut through red. That's Flavor. Able to get one. Has that Connect armor just get picked off. The Lightning Strike isn't bound, so it looks like they aren't able to get that 2-point play right there, as Riot just going to be holding this ball with a minute left. And here comes the 10 push. Riot really needs to go big here and able to make sure this 4-point lead does not get diminished any further.
And Flavor is able to pin those players coming into 10. Spots that active camo player. Where did this player go? And unfortunately, the points from Emmys did go through. And once again, Emmys putting points on the board because of that active camo. And Flavor should have been able to shut down that player, but that specialist is so good for point scoring here. So now Savage going to be back towards this Trax area. And, you know, Savage really had a chance. They were only down by 2 possessions, but now it's going to have to be 2 dunks and at least 3 dunks, or 2 dunks and a throw. Savage have a lot to make up for in 30 seconds, and it's most likely not going to happen as Lethal Lady goes for another reset, shutting down that push out of Savage. So it's looking like Riot are going to take this 3rd map and be leading the series 2-1 after Savage, you know, had a very promising start on the hard point, but now 2 consecutive maps in favor of Riot. I don't know how the CTF is going to go, Max.
Yeah, and based on this map, Savage played very frantically. They could never really break that spawn trap, and that's what really hit the teams, separated the teams differently and making that lead happen. So Riot was able to execute those spawn traps very well and get the points on the board, training those caps over and over and over again. And then those little tiny plays by Emmys really just put the landed the nail in the coffin right there. Able to get those time advantages, holding the ball in the spawn, able for her team to get more setup around the map, getting those small plays with the active camo to get the 1-point throws. She really did the great work on her team. Other than those spawn trap kills, those were the big ones too. But Emmys was our player to watch here, really emphasizing on her role on that Riot team. But as we move into the CTF, I really don't know what's going to happen, as I've never seen both these teams play CTF, and this is a completely different game mode compared to Uplink.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight on the side of Savage. I thought Clammy had some really huge plays. Like, I think she got a 2-piece to stop it. And I really like some of the plays Wolf Knight was doing with the smokes, like really laying down some smoke barriers and having some defensive pushes or defensive stops in that sense as well. But like you said, Emmy is definitely the star player for Riot on that uplink. We're going to be heading into a CTF stronghold, so slowing things down. We're going to be right back after this quick intermission.
You ever known. Right now is the best moment you ever known. Everything is perfect, everything just fine. We're keeping everything moving while the sun is shining. Everything is perfect, everything just fine. We're keeping everything moving while the sun is shining. My God is A, the product of New York City nights. When you criticize and you caught up in all the pretty lights. Getting high, my city is like requirement. It's my environment. I want hard when it like a violin. Analog back in the house like the Santa 5. Posted up like a fan on the block. Hand to God, word is bar. Right now is the best moment you ever known. You gotta make it your own. Let's take it home, yeah. You gotta make it your own. 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 Yeah. Right now, it's the best moment you ever known. Everything is perfect, everything just fine. We're keeping everything moving while the sun is shining. Everything is perfect, everything just fine. We're keeping everything moving while the sun is shining.
Welcome back, guys, to the Female Pro League Stream North American Grand Finals. Savage versus Riot in the winners round 2 bracket. Of course, we are in the CTF map number 4. Riot are leading the series 2-1 after 2 consecutive map wins in the S&D and the uplink that you did just see. And we're going to start off again with a very interesting ban to protect. Lethal Lady is able to get her hands on a ban on the stock, but Flavor is able to at least protect the fast hands.
Yeah, and so it's going to be the transfer right here, that's stock and fast hands. Last time we had the stock protecting the fast hands ban, so here's the trade-off right here going into the CTF. Now, Stronghold on its own, the CTF, is actually a very, very slow map. We're going to see a lot of, we're not going to see a lot of caps, especially on this map. These teams are playing right. It's probably one of the slower paced CTF maps. We'll have to see a lot of stalemates as this game progresses. But we're going to see the VMP band as well, along with the normal Heat Wave, Overdrive, Rapid Fire, High Cal for that CTF. So one of those tacticals is going to remain in the game, or if not both, depending on if they ban Overclock or not. But it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams elect to play with that VMP out of the game.
So they're opting to leave both tacticals in the game, so flashbangs and concussions, of course, your EMPs and nades and stuff like that still in the game. But kinetic armor is going to be the third specialist, so no heat wave, no overdrive, and no kinetic. So not leaving you that much choice here, as Tempest and Scythe are going to be the two weapons to start off here. Active camo matched by Emmys and Sivers, and you know Emmys had a fantastic active camo game in that uplink. So we're going to see how Clammy, Wolf Knight, Dream Crazy, and Danny are going to pick.
Yeah, so we have one weapon each so far. Psychosis, and so now we have two weapons on the side of Savage. That Psychosis isn't bound right now. Let's see if Dream Crazy elects to pick another weapon to tie it up, or he picks a normal one. So here comes the Annihilator. We did see the Heatwave, Kinetics, Armor, and Overdrive out of the picture. So we're not going to see, it's going to really eliminate the use for those strong potential non-weapon based specialists. But as we move into the creative class, Danielle did pick a War Machine. That's very different, especially on the CTF. I don't really see a good use for that. Maybe in the back of the spawn, but like there's no hills and no close range quarters where it'll like come to effect. So
maybe she just spams it middle map. I mean, just to kind of clear the air.
Even
I
so,
don't think it has kill potential. I think it's more of a maybe a push back a team, or just maybe more of a scare tactic than an actual kill potential.
It puts her at a disadvantage though. Like if you're pushing up with that and you're shooting like at anyone with high ground, you're just spraying up middle map. You're just like a free death. You know what I mean? But maybe you're right. Maybe like it scares players back. It's just gonna be kind of weird. We'll see how she elects to use it. I've never seen that before. Honestly, I've never seen it.
Yeah, I mean, War Machine, it's probably just going to be a scare tactic. You're going to expect Riot to equip a bunch of flak jackets on at least. I mean, I think that's a typical thing you want to equip. Maybe not on a CTF, but got to watch out for Danny if you don't have a flak jacket class ready. But a Psychosis play out of Wolf Knight, it's going to be interesting. If she pops the middle map, really kind of a baiting technique. Maybe pop it in a spawn right before you pull a flag. Either way, want to see a lot of kill potential coming out of Riot, and they have the Annihilator and the Scythe versus the Tempest and the Scythe out of Savage. And Clammy picks up her usual Scythe. I've seen her hold some lanes pretty well with it, and I'd say she's one of the better Scythe players in the league. Sivers with the active camo matching against Emmys. We've seen how Emmys went off with the active camo, how she's able to utilize it in these clutch objective situations, hoping a Sivers can match that as well. And who's going to be kind of like that main flanker? I've watched like teams like Orbit, they have someone like, was it Mocha or Megatron, who they had like someone flank. They're all this actions happening middle map or mansion, then you have someone like sneak through this bunker area and pull the flag and somehow get a cap pretty much by yourself just by flanking. So it's a lot about map awareness and strongholds. It's kind of a larger map, and there's a lot of lanes to watch over. Somebody sneaking through mansion or through bunker, and I'm wondering how both those teams are going to communicate and really hold that map control.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. We need to see some aggression though. CTF is going to be very slow pace unless some teams decide to pick it up a notch. That stock is banned, so that's definitely going to limit how teams elect to play. I'd like to see these sub players just get super aggressive, because if you're super aggressive as a sub on this map with ARs without stock, it's going to make them at a huge disadvantage. So if these sub players really put on this aggression, we're going to see what team stands out. But I'm pretty sure Lethal Lady lagged out of the game, so we're going to have to restart here unless she somehow connects. But usually when they have that green little connecting thing, they didn't make it in the game. So sad days for us.
Sad days. We're going to have to wait a couple seconds. Maybe she's able to join in the last couple seconds. Like you said, we'll probably have to go for a quick restart. It's going to be the same Banner Protects and these same specialists here. But I guess we can talk about some predictions here. Honestly, Savage had a pretty good uplink game, even though it was a loss 9-4. Wasn't, the most devastating loss, like a 12-1 or something like that. But I do believe Savage, if they're able to just I like how you say, that you want to put some aggression on the other team, put a lot of pressure on their base, and just, kind of like what Riot did on that uplink, right off the bat. They were pulling the drone, throwing the drone for yardage, screwing up the spawns. But I really like to see Savage, play smart and play concise and not, go for too many risky plays, because then if you drop 3 or 4 players, that's exactly how Riot's going to pull the flag and score on you. So it's a balance of aggression, playing smart, and then having that map awareness, because a lot of the times I see someone like a team pushing and slaying really well and they're in the other base. You didn't really count that 4th player who flanked completely around your base and pulled your flag. And then even though you had a really nice aggressive push, now you're in a counter or a stalemate. So CTF is a really tricky beast to match that aggression, but then also match that map awareness and really play smart.
Yep, I agree with you there. But the thing that made this game, I've said this before, the thing that makes this game different from classic Call of Duty is you can fly around the map on these wall runs. You really don't have to pre-aim as much as a sub player. If you can use your movement to your advantage and hit your hip fire centering and then aim in, you're gonna be flying around the map crazy, just destroying everything. And that's what makes this game so special, is you can get so aggressive. You can run around headless. You can fly around headless, and you'll win if you're playing in that small right way. Like, I'm not saying you can just run around the map in whatever way you want, but if you're pushing at the right lanes with this crazy movement you can do in this game, you could potentially it's just how this game worked out. I mean, it's crazy to think about how much COD has changed.
Yeah, a lot more movement in this game, compared to, let's say, Black Ops 2 CTF or any other CTF, where it's a lot about, boots on the ground. You didn't get this, height advantage, boosting in 10 feet in the air, and, all the sliding stuff that happens definitely has changed the meta for Call of Duty quite a bit. Of course, Afterburner in the game, we had that one map that didn't have Afterburner, kind of slowed down that sliding movement and wall runs and stuff like that. But Stronghold, still a very large and one of the slower CTF maps, so although that movement does help getting around the map quicker, I'm just worried one of these teams is going to do way too crazy of a push and they're going to get slain out, and that's how these maps are, or that's how these flags are going to be pulled just by these 3 or 4 down mistakes, which Savage had a couple of times in the uplink, maybe not as much as maybe other teams, drop 4 players and it's just score after score. But Savage didn't drop too many players in the uplink for these scores to happen. It was like these not lucky plays, but, Emmy's popping the active camo when there's 4 players in spawn. I think it's really going to come down to these clutch flag caps. And honestly, any predictions, I'd have to say Riot, they have the 2 consecutive map wins in their pocket. But maybe Savage are a really good CTF team. Of course, I haven't seen them play CTF, so kind of don't know any predictions to really say besides Riot.
Yeah, I'm putting it all on Riot right here to end the series 3-1. They have the momentum going in from those last 2 maps. They played it beautifully. And if they keep playing the way they're playing, they're taking this series 3-1. Savage doesn't have a chance. But here we go. I believe in Savage even so. So we're going to see if they can take it to a Game 5 here in that S&D. But we're going to see 3 Kudas and 2 Kudas and a Weevil on the side of Savage with that M8. On the side of Riot, we're going to see Wolfenite with that Kuda. M8, Emmys has a Weevil, Pharaoh, and Dream Crazy has that Man of War. So we're going to see 2 ARs on the side of Riot versus Savage's 3 subs. We're going to see how this starts off as Dream Crazy is going to be pushing up the middle of the map. We're going to see those players trying to slot some kills, and Dream Crazy is going to start the match with that first blood, 15 seconds, and Emmys answers quickly back. And Flavor's able to get the trade right there. Another one, 2-piece right there for Flavor. Starting up the game strong, and here comes the push, but Dream Crazy able to shut down both. And here comes the aggression as Dream Crazy tries to get into a better position to get some more picks for her team.
Yeah, and I mean, Dream Crazy does such a good job of predicting these pushes out of Savage, and that's how she's getting a lot of these multi-kills, just waiting and pre-aiming, and just like that gets the easiest 2-piece she'll ever get. And now with Savage still trying to do this mansion push here, Danny's going to be leading the charge there with a Sivers, using the Razorback with the Elo. Very interesting. Lethal Lady, however, is going to come up behind him and get some nice kills on them. So just like that, 3 go down. Flavor's the last one left, and Kitchen's able to hold off one, has another one around the corner using a Razorback. Very interesting. The VMPs out of the game. You would think that maybe Kuda would be the next one, but we're seeing a lot of Weevils and Razorbacks, so not something I typically have seen. At least maybe the patch has changed things. Either way, Emmys will be holding the flag, and just a few seconds away, she has capped it, the first flag cap for Riot in less than 2 minutes in the game.
And Riot starting off strong, as per se, as usual. They always start off strong, and they usually continue it. That's what I like about this Riot team, but just like that, Riot's going to fall. And they really need this player in the back really need to stay alive. It's going to be Lethal Lady. These picks are going to be huge as they're all rotating back. Wolfenite's going to be the last one left, and Dream Crazy quickly spawns up. She needs to stop this player right here with the flag. It's going to be huge. Her teammates are going to be spawning up with this respawn delay, preventing anything from happening. Luckily, Savage does not have many members left pushed up due to that 7-second respawn delay, stopping that push. That was a great defensive play by Riot, not allowing that counter cap to come into play here. And as they get reset up, beautifully rotating back. A lot of these teams in CTF don't play it right and will just keep pushing forward and OEing. You really don't want to play like that. But here we go. Savage falls 3. Last player left for that team is a Sivers, who's in a pushed up position, and she let those players push around her. Emmy's going to fall off the map quickly, so the Wolfenite falls 2. That means there's only 2 members left in fighting positioning. Only 1 player left, and that's going to be Lethal Lady. She can just play her time, though, here. It says Riot does have that 1-0 lead. They can really take their time, and the risks don't need to happen. They can really just play safe and push up and get the kills they needed, just like that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Sivers was kind of struggling with, do I overextend or do I go back to my base? You know, Riot was kind of in Savage's base, and Sivers is waiting in Mansion, and I would have liked to maybe see, okay, well, I have full control of Mansion, let me try and push into Riot's spawn, now that I know Riot is in my base, and maybe go for a counter pull position there. Either way, Savage are going to still try to slay out of their base. Now they're going to have to worry about 2 players of Riot in this Mansion area, and that's going to be Lethal Lady leading that charge into this flag pulling area of Savage, but she does get taken out, so Savage, like I've said before in the uplink, have a really good defense, but they're lacking in the offensive department. That Riot seems to be a little bit better at. And I still think this is going to be a close game. It's only up by 1 cap, but if Riot are able to get a second cap in the first half, this is going to be a very dangerous game there for Savage going into the second half.
And luckily they're able to get 2 picks there as the players of Riot are pushed up. There's 1 player left. That's Lethal Lady, pushed up in a good positioning here. She's going to push up that BS&D area, forcing those players to push back a little bit. The RC car is inbound, but that player does fall. She gets stuck on a Dream Crazy. She's able to get the trade with the RC. As Sivers to be the one pushed up here. She's in that power making positioning right here. As the smoke comes in, she's going to go ahead and pull that through the smoke, and she gets away. But she's the only one in the base. I don't think that's going to happen. See, that's the problem with her individually pushing like that. If there's any form of people in the base, that counter cap's not going to happen. Riot's really good at making sure their base is covered, rotating back in the CTF, so those individual caps are just pointless for the side of Savage. You're basically just throwing away your life instead of waiting for your teammates and slaying out the base for them. So that play by a Sivers may work on a lower caliber team, but the way Riot plays together, it's just not going to work. You're wasting your life, and it really just screw up an opportunity for Savage right there.
Yeah, and exactly how he explained it. Riot had Emmys pushed up through bunker, and honestly, she could have gone for that counter pull, but she went and rotated back to her team, and they're trying to play as a team and really make sure their base is clear. But here comes Flavor with the Tempest, able to pick up Emmys from the spawn. Now she's going to pull the flag towards her teammates here, so Sivers has to go huge in this cut area, and there's going to be smokes laying down as a defensive wall. She needs to get this kill, and she does. Lethal Lady goes down. Flavor has a nice way away, but here comes the dart out of Dream Crazy, picking off her only 2 teammates, and actually she has Danielle right behind her, but the counter pull comes out of Wolfenite. So now we are currently in a stalemate, and Wolfenite is getting chased, it's Flavor getting chased by the dart, but Wolfenite goes down as well. So we're going to be ending this first half in a stalemate, and Riot are going to be in the advantage 1-0.
And it isn't even in the positioning where Riot is completely outslaying Savage. It's only up by around 4 kills, or 6 kills, but the factor that's different is Riot is playing so much more together, and the kills that they get are just defensive and offensive plays that make great that really gave them that 1 cap, and they prevented that defensive stop that made it so Savage couldn't tie up the series 1-1. But Savage really needs to go big here as they're down 2-1 in this series. This map prevents them from being knocked out of the tournament, or knocked down to loser's bracket just yet. But right at the break here, we're going to see Wolfenite getting an entry pick into this round around the same time that Dream Crazy did last round, leaving Clammy all by herself as these Riot members push up. Emmy's just going to go for that flat cap. This is great by her. It may have been by herself, but it leaves her teammates in the position to start getting cuts. Since she saw that all players were down, there's only 1 player to fight in her base. She's getting shots down on her, but her teammate Dream Crazy able to get that pick, leaving Flavor right behind her. So there's going to be 2 players in the base. That's going to be Lethal Lady just waiting in the smoke. These are great plays by her. They have no idea their teammates are there. The active camel does come in, though, and that player is going to be shooting at her. She does get picked off right there, and here comes the stalemate. But wait, those flags fall, and looks like that flag does get pulled in for a cap. Wow, that just all happened so fast. And Riot, right at the break again, taking another flag cap in their advantage.
Very interesting strategy coming out of Riot with Lethal Lady, Dream Crazy, and then the smokes coming into play, and Riot benefiting from that with the flag cap. 2-0 now with 4 minutes remaining. Dream Crazy is going to have that Annihilator in spawn, waiting for this push from Savage in this middle map area. I think she did spot one. There's another one right in front of her. Her teammate's able to clean that up for her, however. And Savage are going to be all cleaned up from Riot's spawn, so now Flavor's last one left. She's going to make sure that, doesn't push up too much without her teammates, but this is going to be, Savage need to work together, and they need to not, hit their shots and really get these kills down. It just seems like Riot are having the perfect defense so far, as Savage not being able to do much, and, they should have been able to stop that second flag cap, but Riot's strategies are really too strong there on offense.
Here comes Flavor with that Razorback in hand. Since that VMP is out of the game, she's going to be looking around to see if any players around that Rocks area as their teammates spawn with her, so that gives her a notification that those players aren't in a position around here. So Flavor's going to push up. There's a player right there. Sponsor and gets that pick. So Flavor's in a position now to get some points as that Danielle is there to help her out. She's really weak and needs to wait for her teammate to come help her. Danielle's taking her time, able to try and get one, and that's one. So now her teammate's got to help her back, and Flavor's able to get two. That flat cap might come in right here. That's going to be Danielle trying to go through the smoke, but does fall. Dream Crazy calls in the lightning strike, kills herself and a teammate, and that flag carrier is going to be right there, but Lethal Lady for the defensive stop, and Riot playing beautifully defensively and offensively with those smokes and streaks coming on board, just showing why they are a dominant team in general.
Yeah, very dominant defense. Once again, the kill streaks, the smoke grenades, just the overall slaying and the trading that's going on, and it's just a perfect defense, like I said, out of Riot. Emmy's now gonna pull the flag, but there's a stalemate on the other side of Sivers holding Riot's flag. She's gonna go through middle map, but she was chased there by 2 players of Riot. That's gonna be Lethal Lady picking up that kill. Dream Crazy picks up Clammy, so Emmy's now needs to be careful. She needs to have this teammate with her. She's going to be challenged there by a couple players of Savage. And you see Danielle trying to go through this middle map, maybe a counter pull or something, but easily slain out there as Riot are going to take the 3rd cap with 2 minutes remaining. And this looks like it's going to be good night for Savage. I mean, 3 caps, a minute and a half. This would be quite the streak to go on. But overall, Riot have played a very, very good CTF so far.
And if they stop this cap, it's gonna, or if they stop this offensive push, it's looking like that curtain is falling. But here comes the spawn trap by Danielle. That light has not ended yet. The Fat Lady is not staying as that cap's coming in from Clammy, and they're going to be able to get that cap. Now, really, or we hope they're going to be able to get that cap, depending on how this gunfight works. And they will. They're going to end up get that cap. Now, what's going to be really important is how they're going to start this rally. There's a minute left, so it's completely possible for them to come back, but Riot's going to have to make a few mistakes.
Yeah, and I mean, 3 consecutive maps, and it's looking like Riot are going to close this out. And, you know, Savage had such a good start. Maybe it was because they were all warmed up against Lethal Gaming, and maybe Riot were just waiting, and they're a little bit slow on the first hard point. Not sure. Either way, very, very close series in terms of the hard point. Then you had the uplink, I believe, was kind of close. You know, Savage had that comeback going. The S&D was a complete blowout. Not sure what happened there. Maybe that's definitely not Savage's map. But on the CTF, Savage were able to manage 1 cap, so most likely going to end a 3-1. Looks like it's just going to be Riot putting pressure or just putting some nice defense here, not letting Savage get any more caps on the board as the last 15 seconds are going to be up. And I don't actually know who Savage might be facing. I'm guessing it's going to be Savage and Lethal, maybe? I would have to double check that.
And with that, our light flickers and the hopes of Savage's run in winner's bracket does come to an end as Riot progresses in this winner's bracket 3-1 over Savage, taking that CTF also in a 3-1 victory just like the series. But we're going to move forward and we're going to see who Savage ends up playing in this loser's bracket. Now, they're not completely out of the tournament yet, but Riot's just going to progress forward, making it a little bit easier for them to get that cash prize.
So yeah, it's looking like Savage will be Savage will be facing the loser of whoever is in this. I think it's the Sway game. Either way, we will be updating you guys on that. We're going to be heading into losers round 2. We're going into our 3rd match of the night. We're going to be right back after this quick intermission. Well, welcome back, guys, to the Female Pro League stream, the finals of the North American region for $6,000. And of course, we did just announce this on Twitter, but Riot and SB will be the two teams in the winners bracket finals. Now we are in the losers round 2, where we have Lethal Gaming versus Flawless Nerdette. And on the other side, this bracket maybe got edited wrong. Either way, we're in the Banner Protect system right now. Man of War, Concussion, and Rapid Fire will be the first to go off.
So that Man of War ban, pretty typical here as we move forward into this Stronghold hardpoint. Nothing out of the usual yet, as we saw in those earlier matches. We just see Fast Hands and Stalk out of the game. Overclock's pretty general too. So as the rate and time is going, I'm pretty sure you just skip. No, okay, never mind. As the rate and time is going, we're just seeing typical bans here. Nothing really that is different. So it's just going to be a normal stronghold hard point on how everyone plays it. So we'll see which team comes on top, basically just off of gun skill and team-wise. Nothing strategic other than the break-off strats and how they play together.
Of course, and very interesting Banner Protect. Overclock making its way off the board. So sometimes teams like to leave that in, but in hardpoints, definitely specialists can really change the tides here. Going into the specialist draft, you can get a peek of what specialists were taken off, but you're going to see your usual Heatwave, Active Camo, Kinetic, or maybe sometimes Kinetic can be replaced with 2 weapons, so mostly going to be the Scythe or the Tempest. Sometimes we have some Annihilator players that like to shine, like let's first say Danielle on the side of Savage that we saw earlier. Either way, Shooter's going to start off with the Scythe, Jazzberry with the Active Camo, and Curly with the Tempest, and Vendetta with the Purifier.
Yep, so the weapons are coming in. The Purifier is going to be huge. We often see that nonetheless in that bunker hill. So if these teams do control it, that Purifier is going to come in huge. As you'll see 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces as the kill feed lines up and they just start running into the fire. On the other side, we do see 3 weapons. That's going to be a little different for Stronghold. All the times we'll see Tempest and Purifier, not really the Scythe. So I don't really agree with that here, but we'll see how it works out for our Lethal Gaming squad. So we have Scythe and Purifier, Heatwave, and Camo on Riot. I really like to see more of a Camo on Savage. Use to break the hill, but maybe their strategies depend a lot more on holding it than breaking it. So we'll see how it affects the game. But in the Krita class, we're going to move into game strategy here. Stronghold hardpoints can revolve around mainly getting the spawns. There's going to be a lot of power positioning and holding those back spawns. You can always flood the front, but it's just a lot harder flooding through those small doorways, and it happens a lot, especially in the mansion, bunker, all those hills. If played right, you can make the team spawn completely out of the map, completely out away from the hill. You know what I mean? Anyway, and rotation's got to be on point here, as we're probably gonna have a 2 AR, 2 sub map.
I'm really excited to see how those Purifiers do in these hills. I've obviously seen some nasty breaks and some really great defense out of Purifier players, especially in that bunker hill. And of course, I've seen Heatwave players absolutely go off. Sharpie's a really good Heatwave player on the side of Flawless. Blush, I'm not sure if I've seen her use Heatwave, or maybe because she's a little bit newer. I think because she replaced Terry mid-ish season. I don't know when Blush came in, but she did replace Terry. So far she's been throughout the whole league, she's been a really fantastic add-on to the team. Of course, Terry is a really fantastic AR, and Blush has really fit that role quite well for the squad. Able to kind of play that versatile sub role as well. But just overall, I think Lethal Gaming have the obvious advantage here against Flawless, and I'm honestly pleasantly surprised by Flawless, who were able to, is it Savage? I can't even remember. Let me just pull up the bracket here. They beat Strictly, they got beat by Strictly Business, but they beat Sway. Sorry, that's the one. That was a kind of surprise to me. I thought Sway had been a really a top team in the league, and that Flawless came in and beat them. I think it was 3-1 or something like that. So that was a pleasant surprise out of Flawless Internet. So maybe we're going to see a side of Flawless that we haven't seen before, and we're going to see them first on stream. Unfortunately, they did lose to Strictly Business. I didn't know what the score of that was. But Lethal Gaming, unfortunately did drop by Savage. So this is their chance to kind of make up for that, as that Virtue game, I think, was a forfeit. Virtue didn't have their 4th on, so Lethal Gaming got moved up to the 2nd round there to face against Flawless. So honestly, my prediction is to Lethal Gaming. They had a really fantastic league. They're just overall got way more slaying potential, and just overall their chemistry is a lot better than Flawless, who had, half their team was on Nerdet in Season 1, half of them was on Flawless and things like that. Either way, Flawless, I'm hoping they can show the side that they played against Sway. I don't know what happened in that Sway game, but I'm hoping Flawless is able to step it up here against Lethal Gaming.
Yep, and let's see what we got here. Flawless, their net has the 2 AR, 2 sub set up. We're going to see the BMP back in the game now, and it's not banned. Let's see how these ARs elect to play. We need to see these subs getting control of the mansion. We're going to have that AR in the past, and that's going to be Curly on that B, S&D, getting tagged up by a bunch of players, but looks like 2 are going to go down in favor of LG. That's going to be Keo getting control of that hill, but Flawless and Dead answers right back. Looks like trades are going right back and forth on the board here as Flawless and Dead able to get a couple points on the board. Nothing really substantial here, but it looks like they're able to get a little bit of control right off the break.
Yeah, nice lead by Flawless Nerdette, only by 10 points here. Kyo's going to concentrate her sub-power into this Flawless spawn, able to pick up one and really push these players from Flawless back, but it's going to be Nerdette Sharpie who wins that gunfight. Jazzberry's going to try and contest as she gets taken out as well. So I like how LG are playing, not leaving any contest time to Flawless, and they're really trying to make up for that 10-point lead, and just like that, the lead changed in their favor, and now Curly's going to have that M8 power in the middle of the map, picks up one, drops by Jazzberry, and Flawless are going to get that last 5 seconds of scrap time as we're heading over into Mansion. You're going to see those orange arrows from LG already occupying that, so all they have to do is really push back Flawless from those doorways.
And Blush is going to be our member in the hill. It looks like they do have the spawns, and Curly's going to be pushed up, holding that cut. Looks like a trade 1-for-1 Jazzberry for Vendetta, and looks like Curly's getting a 2-piece right there, answering up. But those players are going to be spawning on that rocks, and Curly's just going huge. That's going to be 4, and she almost has 4 streaks, 50 away from a Cerberus right here. Curly showing her dominance, 12-3 on a 6-kill streak. She's not putting anything up, and here comes the Cerberus too. She's going on and on and on, and she's not being shut down yet.
Fantastic plays out of LG so far, and Chelsea and Vendetta try to contest it as much as they can. Chelsea needs to go big here, and Sharpie drops as well. Kyo and Curly now holding that last 15 seconds of time. You're going to see rotations here into the third hill, and I mean, all of the time that Flawless really got was that 10, maybe 11 points they got in the first hill, but I see Nerdette Sharpie already on the new hill, but she gets taken out there by Blush, who flies into the hill. She needs to contest that against Jazzberry. Jazzberry wins that gunfight. Chelsea's there to flood it as well, and Curly goes down, and Flawless is able to get a little bit of time here, but I see that's going to be Curly with full streak, Cerberus, Hellstorm, and Lightning Strike, and she is triple positive. Curly's having a fantastic game so far.
She's on point for almost a 50-60 point game if she keeps this up. LG able to get some time here. Blush with a great 2-piece, looking for the third, and her teammates there to help. That's going to be Kyo. They're pushing out for the spawns here, and they are noting that these players are going to be spawning out now. There comes the player on the bunker. She spots now, tries to go in the head glitch, but gets picked off. It's going to be a big kill by Vendetta as they do get picked off. So LG doing great work here, able to control the spawns and forcing them to spawn in the unfavorable location, especially as this new hill starts to come. There's going to be big kills for Flawless Nerdette as they need to push back and try and get the spawns for New Hill in that rocks area.
Yeah, and Flawless trying to stay alive here. Last couple bit of points of scrap time going in their favor. It's only going to be about a 40-point differential, and Shooter is going to be on the new hill already, trying to get some kills here, and she does drop. Curly unfortunately falls off the map, but Kyo's able to get some kills still on this new hill. Blush and Kyo now going to stack this hill. We got Kyo with the Purify, and Curly having full streaks, also has the Tempest in her back pocket. She's got some nice M8 shots on this back mansion area. 3 make that 4 go down for Flawless as Kyo gets a nice 2-piece there. So how are Flawless going to attack this? They're going to push through this middle map, push 1 through Mansion, try and go for a little bit of a flank, or try and get those preferable spawns in the last 30 seconds, but they're going to have to concentrate for Money Hill if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, and Curly's having the game of her life right here. She's a Tempest too, looking for the other one, able to get another. Her shot's just on point right now. She just keeps picking these players on and on and on. She's going to use her streak soon. She's about to double up. Here comes, I mean, if I'm her, I'm using this Lightning right here and able to get these spawns for her team. Like, there's going to be 2 players in front of her, though. She's going to get in this head glitch. She's able to swat one. Able to swat that one. Another player shooting at her. She's able to get the other. Curly's 25-7, trying to go for another. She does. She's doubling up on streaks. These streaks need to come in. She doubled up. She can't even use them. Oh, my God.
She can't be stopped. That's just it. She's gonna pick up another one here. She hasn't missed yet. Another play around there. Oh my gosh, she just turned on Sharpie. She is on a 9-kill streak. Just pop that Cerberus. Just make these streaks rain. She's actually gonna get that Tempest out. Her teammates are just gonna focus their firepower here. And honestly, you just need to set up Curly on one of these doors. She'll handle the rest. Now, Flawless are having a hard time trying to flood in this hill. Sharpie's gonna go at one doorway, and Nerdette and Chelsea and her other friends still trying to put some firepower in the other door, but they're not able to break it so far as Curly's going to take out that Tempest. I think picked up one there on Shells, and now it's finally taken off her kill streak. However, still has a Cerberus, Hellstorm, and a Lightning Strike. Not going to use it on this hill, but easily on the next middle hill.
And here comes the Cerby inbound. She would have had 2 of them. She called in her streaks earlier, but she is 30-9. She's just making this game slight work. Easy wins.
Hardpoint identified.
And Flawless Nerdette is going to get control of this hill here, trying to get some time back. 170-42. Able to get one peek around. Jazzberry does get picked. Their team just making slight work of this as well. 23-10 for Kyo. Everyone just doing their job, but her and Kyo are the ones to watch. She has that Hellstorm and Lightning, just looking for more players to pick off here as her teammate just getting all the time in the hill. Able to pick, almost get another one, but that's Chell shutting her down, and Shooter's able to answer right back. And LG is just showing off their dominance here.
Very dominant match so far. Blush and Keo trying to make it happen on the hill. They both get dropped. Here's the time for Flawless to try and get some points here. Vendetta's the last one left, trying to really contest this great kill out of that. Now she just needs to hold a little bit of time, and it's such a large lead for LG. 130 points Flawless have to make up for, and just like that, Shooter with the 3-piece, and this is just no stopping LG. They are absolutely on fire, and this is just going to be another 50 points for LG, so another, let's say, 2 hills, maybe even 1 hill heading into Mansion, and this is probably going to be game. If I were Flawless, I would just shake off this game, and heading into this SND, I do believe they won the SND 6-5 against Sway, so hoping they're able to put up a fight there.
Yeah, and this game is basically over at this point. That Hellstorm's coming in. Curly gets another kill, 37 and 12. She's going to hit that 40 marker if she just keeps going like this. Another Hellstorm inbound, 216 to 58. LG came to play. They're here for the money. They said they aren't getting knocked out yet. And Curly searching for more as these players are spawning out. Goes ahead and gets another one. Peeks the corner, tries to get that player to come in. That Sharpie coming in right there. And Shooter going the trade. 38 and 13. Wow, this is just a sight to see. Flawless Undead able to get a little bit of time here on the scrap, and Curly searches for blood.
And well, at least Flawless are able to get a bit of scrap time there, but early rotations for LG. And let's see if Flawless can get these huge kills. Chelsea needs to go around here, pick up this kill. It's going to be huge. Gets a 2-piece, and now just needs to work as a team to really break this hill. They can't let LG get any more time. Only 14 points away. They're going to have a literally a flawless hard point if they want to even get close to winning map number 1. And even Flawless have some specialists on the board. Vendetta has a Purifier. He still got the Scythe out of Chelsea. She just pulls that out. Gets dropped immediately as she pulls it out. Sharpie with the Heat Wave could be going in to try and break it, but she can't even get close. And LG, just like that, are going to be closing this out. Actually, one more contest, and that's going to be game 250-276 is the largest lead we've seen on hardpoint in the playoffs so far. And hopefully not that 3-0 direction. I'm hoping Flawless can make it up in the S&D.
And, wow, that's, ooh, this is playoffs. I mean, Curly and Keo came to play. Wow. Yeah. 33 and 15, 43 and 16. They didn't even stand a chance.
I think that's probably the best game I've seen out of Curly so far. 43 and 16. Like, you might as well just throw her in the CWL right now. That's just been the best game I've seen so far. And Vendetta, on the other side, 23 and 14 defense. I think she's the one that went off for Flawless, even though as a team they just struggled to hold any control. But can you really blame them? You have someone like Curly going, you know, triple positive, and then Keo also having these 3 pieces all over the board. It's just been a struggle for Flawless to make anything happen on that hard point. But either way, we're going to be going into an S&D. Let's see if I have the maps up. It's going to be a hunted S&D, so we're going to be right back after this quick intermission.
Unmatchable, spectacular, unbreakable. You shaking me? Not probable. Y'all get ridiculed for even trying to comment. So magical, unmatchable, spectacular, unbreakable. You shaking me? Not probable. Y'all get ridiculed for even trying to comment. Don't start no mess today. Gun holders, put your toast away. Have a drink on me, I got chips to play. Twist top straight shots, hand rock the day. It's still all good, still around the way. Tighter than your grandma vagina.
I'm going in for murder. Oh, pay attention, Mr. Officer. Never gonna catch me, you're never gonna catch me. No, 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 no. You are gonna waste your time. You are gonna waste your time. Your time. I won't go to Guantanamo. You won't put me in the jail. Oh no, you were never gonna catch me. You are never gonna catch me. 'Cause I'm gonna run away. Oh, far away from you.
Welcome back, guys, to the Female Pro League stream, map number 2 of Flawless versus LG in the North American Finals for the Female Pro League. We got the banner protect loaded up for you guys shortly, and just to also announce the prize pool in case you guys, it's $6,000. You guys knew that, but just to break down, first place $3,000, second $1,500, third $1,000, and fourth $500. So also to announce that Riot and SB, since they're in the winners finals, they are guaranteed $1,000. So that's pretty exciting for them to split. Either way, back into the ban and protect, we're seeing some bans towards the snipers.
Yep. So as we've seen lately, those overkill bans are completely apparent in S&D. I wouldn't say it any other way. No one wants to see an overkill sniper in S&D. It's crazy to have that close range, long range abilities under your belt. We see it all the time. All the good S&D players will complain about it, so it's smart to get that out of the way. Perk 3 Greed, though, that's something different. So that's going to eliminate the use. You have to pick either Blast Burster, Tac Mass, or Dead Silence. So a lot of these players are not going to be using that Dead Silence perk. It's mostly going to revolve around Tac Mask and Blast. It's only going to be like Blast Suppressor. So if these, have the people turn up their headsets because there's going to be no Dead Silence in the game. Anyway, we'll move forward to the specialist draft. Has Vendetta picks or active camo.
Yeah, and I think Overclock is out of the game, so that's going to really limit the amount of specialists. On top of it, just being S&D a very low slaying map. So hopefully, actually, you're not going to have any mistakes of picking up a Scythe. Kinetic Armor is going to be picked up there by Shooter, so that made its way through the Banner Protect. Jazzberry is going to pick up the Glitch. You got the matching active camo out of Curly and Vendetta. We're going to have to see what Sharpie and Keo like to match off against. Most likely going to be your Heatwave Kinetic Armor, active camo, and then some kind of Psychosis Glitch combo. So Keo's going to pick up the Heatwave, and of course there's the Overdrive as well. So it's pretty much what I like to run on S&D. You can really get into the other people's spaces, even pick up the First Blood. Kind of has that trade-off of sometimes even getting yourself first blooded and things like that, or even rotations in the middle of the game. However, that's going to be only Sharpie's going to have that Overdrive. Glitch is going to be matched there by Jazzberry. So the only thing sticking out is the Kinetic Armor versus Overdrive.
Now, I absolutely despise this S&D map. Basically, there's more than 3 lanes in the general sense. It's such a big map that there's so much room for error on both sides that lanes become more widely watched because there's so many. Well, I'll explain this while this player lagged out. So based on if you have, for example, Breach is a simple 3-lane S&D mapping, even if it's one of the worst S&D, not one of the good ones in this game, it's still pretty simple and has that 3-lane basic setup. But on this map, you have that water that adds that 4th lane, and you not really in any other COD other than Modern Warfare 2 have you had like lanes connecting with a little passageway. So you have those 1 and 3 lanes left and right and middle all connected from a river. That adds a 4th lane to the map, and with that, it's just not traditional S&D. And then we have all the way in the far left, all the way in the far right. It's just so many different lanes in this map that makes it just uncontrollable and inconsistent for teams to practice and win on.
Yeah, and just that very preferable bomb. So like you said, very easy to switch in between lanes and hard to control anything really. And then going into cave, there's that, the 2 gateways and then the water. And even coming out of water, it's pretty hard to win a gunfight when you really don't know what you're looking at. There's also kinds of head glitches on the bridge there. But most of the action is going to happen in that cave area and that bomb site. And very rarely you're going to see teams go for that other bomb site push. So very rarely, unless maybe at the first round you're going to do something unorthodox, or maybe on the cave is completely held by the other team, we're going to go to the other bomb. So it's going to be a lot about those AR players and who's going to get that first blood off that initial engagement in cave. So I'm trying to remember who's some good AR. So obviously you're going to have Blush, and hopefully that other player from LG is going to join. On the other side, who is that? Was it Jazzberry and Vendetta, I want to say, are the ARs? Either way, it's going to be really crucial for those AR players. I'm guessing it's going to be an M8 show in the cave. Either way, to get that first blood, get that cave control, and easily get the bomb down can be a very quick offensive round.
Yeah, and I would talk a lot of strategy on this map, but I am god awful at predicting and saying how to play this map. So I really don't want to put my full opinion input, but this is, as you said, this is going to be more of an AR dominant map, but it really depends on how your team plays this. So if you have a lot of subs, they're generally going to be in the water and going for those wall runs more than likely. The ARs is going to slow down the pace of the game. That 4th lane won't be used as much as it could be. Of course, you'll see those ARs dip in there, or you'll have your solo sub in that water. But it's really going to depend on how these teams elect to play it. There's so many different strategies on this map because there's so many different things you can do that's different from any other of these S&D maps. I really don't know why they have hunted S&D in any rotation in the CWL, but that's not on me, so my opinion obviously doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, and the Banner Protect is going to stay the same. The Specialist Draft is going to stay the same. But please leave your predictions in the chat. Do you guys think that Flawless are going to surprise us? They did win that S&D versus Sway, I believe, 6-5. So, maybe they have a lot of potential on S&D that they're just hiding. Of course, that respawn really didn't go as I thought. I really thought, Flawless were on fire. They did just lose against SB, but they had a really great win against Sway. And Sway is one of the top teams in the league. So I thought, okay, Flawless really got something going on. And I thought LG, I'm surprised they kind of dropped to losers, but between LG and Savage, it was kind of a toss-up for me. I kind of said LG just because Savage can, with Danielle and stuff that was happening, I wasn't sure. I thought Lethal maybe was a tiny bit more consistent, but Lethal and Flawless in the losers bracket was not a matchup that I was predicting at all. But now the Specialist Draft is just going to be the exact same thing that you saw before. But any predictions in the chat, you guys can let me know. I'm thinking LG are going to take this S&D pretty handily. They proved to us in the hardpoint that they can slay like crazy and just absolutely stop Flawless. And I feel like Flawless is one of those teams that when they get outslain so much, they're kind of, maybe they get frustrated to call, or maybe just the communication goes off, or maybe the morale goes down and you stop calling out. There's a lot of factors that come in when you get beat really, really bad in a respawn on map number 1. Are they able to reset their minds and go into this S&D fresh?
Yeah, and obviously the icing here, the map hasn't started, so that tired momentum that LG had going in this game is going to be a little bit lower. Of course, it's still going to be there because you're coming into this on that 250-76 win. But Flawless, their nets, little downfall here. It's probably like a little escape them at this point. The game ended. They've had some time to regain and refresh, so they need to come into this strong. My honest opinion, if Flawless or Net drops this map, in any any unstrong suited style like 6'3", 6'2", 6'1", they're going to lose that uplink as well. So they really need to start this, lose it or win it in a very strong style. But here we go, off the break. Jazbury, Vendetta, looks like they're going to be pushing. Vendetta's going to be the straightaway. Nope, they're all going towards that A site here with that bomb. And that bomb carry is going to be Jazbury. Just watching the flank at first. Looks like it's a slow start. But Blush is going to get that pick from that balcony. That's going to be good plays by her. Trying to poke for some more players as the players on Flawless Internet are very spread apart other than those two pushing up behind Blush.
Yeah, Jazbury is kind of by herself with the bomb, hiding in the bush. She's not really doing anything for her team as her team is trying to push up as a unit. And even if they get that control, Jazbury is completely by herself. She's about to get pinched by a player right behind her. She's actually just going to run past her. So maybe Jazbury is able to get this kill. Either way, Chelsea's able to pick up Curly. So 3 versus 2 in favor of Flawless. Jazbury is going to be at this bomb site here, has a teammate behind her, needs to pick up this kill. She's getting shot a little bit in the back, but she's able to pick up that kill, and Shooter's left in a 1 versus 2, and the trades come in, and Jazbury gets the final kill as well. So very, very odd push, offensive push out of Flawless. I really think it came up to some key engagements that the other flanking players had on Flawless, kind of these lucky engagements, but hopefully they're able to make a more concise push on the next offense. Either way, it was a great first round out of Flawless.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, and that's exactly what they needed to start off this map. They have that first round win under their belt, so they're going to have that momentum moving forward on this defensive round here. But let's see how LG answers back. We're going to have Curly, our player to watch here with that AR once again, starting off with that bomb as well. So she's going to poke out middle and see if she can spot any players here. Doesn't see anything yet, but Venetta's going to go ahead and get first pick. Blush there to get the trade. So we're going to have a 3v3 situation. LG's pushing up to try and get control of that bomb site. Blush is there to help Curly out as that bomb falls. Blush is going to be the player to watch as she needs to win this engagement once that player decides to push up. But she looks away, and that could have given her bad timing. There's Curly able to get a pick, and Blush gets another one. So LG making quick work of this Flawless Internet team as Sharpie is going to be the last one left to try and 1v3.
Yeah, some solid kills coming out of LG. Blush pushing back that player from Flawless, and now Blush is able to get the final kill there on Sharpie, evening things up. 1 offensive round win for both squads, and Blush is sticking out for me with 4 and 1. Not sure what the streaks look like. I think the HCXD was taken out, so she's not going to be working for that, possibly counter UAV. Either way, tie match so far as Flawless Nerdette are going to be back on the offensive side. Jazbury is going to hold the bomb, like I said before. Hopefully a more concise push towards this cave site. Going to have to really rely on the shots from, I guess, Vendetta is the only AR player there, and a little worried about how they're going to control this cave with maybe only 1 AR. They're really going to have to rely on Vendetta here, and just like that, she goes down to the hands of Sharpie. These players from Flawless are going to go underwater. Jazbury is going to be with the bomb on flank, and this is going to be a very awkward push out of Flawless as the bomb does go down in Tiki.
And here comes Keo right here. Spots that player's leg. So she knows that player's going to be there and waits. Tries to get a pick, but here comes a strafe by Chelsea. Playing her life there, but now she's going to be the last one left. And she gets 3 bullets into her foot. So now she's very hurt and does get traded off. And LG taking 2 rounds in a row, momentum in their favor. LG showing they're not only a hardpoint team, but Blush is here to save the day. 7 and 1 in this S&D.
Yeah, Blush is absolutely going off there, and only one play on the board there for Curly, as I do believe Flawless is going to be back on defense, so more an advantageous side. So hopefully they're able to just work on these slow plays. Maybe on defense they're going to have some specialists, or no, yeah, Blush is the only one with a specialist with the glitch. Not going to be really a tide changer there, as Shooter's going to have the bomb heading towards this B bomb site. We're going to have Shooter as the AR player here. Keo also has an AR, and they have Curly as the AR. And actually all 4 LG players have an AR, so they're going to be able to get some nice shots down. And Vendetta is going to have to really get some shots down to get these players from LG back from the bomb. She needs to stay alive and not give up this cave control. Just like that, she's able to get 1, but she does draw, making this a 2v2 situation. Shooter and Blush versus Sharpie and Jazbury.
And just like that, Blush 8-1, answering back 9-1 right here. She's channeling her inner Songfully, taking control of this game. Wow. And it looks like she's going to have streaks to her AR shots, not to mess with. Her confidence level's on another point right now. Blush is taking control of this game.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I totally agree there. And going into the 5th round, at least Flawless are alive with 1, but they got to worry about Blush with the full streaks, Dart, Lightning Strike, and Hellstorm. So that's not only good for getting kills, but getting information, able to ping it, see where these players are on the map as well. Jazzberry, bomb in hand, heading towards this cave site once again. Let's see if they actually have switched up any of their weapons. No, it's going to be mostly, or they switched to 2 AR. Sharpie's now going to have that Man of War, but she's watching over this middle map area, and she actually pokes at the wrong moment as Shooter did come for a flank and take out for the first blood. Jazzberry now is going to even up those numbers, taking out Shooter. 3 versus 3 situation. Another slow offensive push here as the Hellstorm came in from Blush, not able to pick up any kills, but at least information on the map of where these Flawless players are.
And we're on board with Jazzberry right now, trying to go for this rotation, but it looks like she's indecisive where she wants to go. Instead, she's going to pick up that Man of War and rotate with her teammate. So here comes the rotation on that A site, but LG are all focused around that B bomb, and that teammate Vendetta, that's going to be a big pick by her. LG has no idea this rotation's coming in. This is looking very strong for Flawless Nerdette to take this round and potentially only be down by 1 round here. But here comes that bomb drop. It's going to be all up to Blush, our MVP, and Curly, who went off last map. So it's not improbable. We have 2 very good players left to try and clutch this round. Here comes that player to her right. She's almost able to get that pick, but instead Curly is going to be stuck in a 1v2 situation here. Both those players are near the site. She's able to make some work. 19 seconds left. She smacks her head on that glass. Hopefully she didn't get a concussion as she moves forward into that room and falls into the water. 12 seconds left. She's just going to try and play her life. Unfortunately, that does not work out either. And LG is going to fall around, only being up by 1.
Yeah, I'm not surprised I didn't alert the other players in the room breaking that glass, especially, I don't know if she had dead silence on her. That probably wouldn't even affect it. Either way, easy kills there, 1v2. And Jazzberry is going to get that final kill just like she did, and I believe in the first round. Either way, only a 1 round differential. We're going to see Flawless maybe crawl back into this after 3 consecutive rounds out of LG. Blush still having full streaks, except she did use that Hellstorm in the last round, which didn't even work out. She didn't pick up any kills, maybe some information on the map, but you got to try and pick up some kills with these streaks. Either way, we're going to see an A site push out of LG. Blush is going to be spotted there, so Flaw is going to be calling out for this A push. Sharpie's going to, huge kill needs to come out of her, but she gets dropped there by Shooter, so this is opening up this bomb site lane for these players, for LG, and of course, the numbers in LG's favor should be an easy plan here.
And Blush, 9-2, our MVP, once again moving forward, trying to get some picks. The VMP is picked up. No, looks like Flawless Nerdette stuck in a 2v4 situation. No, Jazzberry's going for that quick flank, but does get picked off. And Vendetta now stuck in a 1v4 situation here with that AR in that A site. Trying to get it before she drowns. She spots 2 players in that site. She needs to get that pick. That's going to be 1. And she does not spot that bomb cure, actually. So now she's in a 1v3. All the players know where she's at. And here comes the EMP that's just going to bounce off the water, not really go anywhere. 35 seconds left. Those players are all set up around the site. And Vendetta really doesn't have any room to make anything happen. Player falls in the water with her and does get picked off. So it looks like LG is going to take another round win, going up 4-2 in this hunted S&D.
Yeah, nice offensive win out of them, and now Flawless will be back on offense, and that seems to be a side they kind of struggle on. I know they've had 2 out of 3 wins on it. It just seems such a weird push out of Flawless. Either way, we're going to see how they're able to do that. LG on the preferable defensive side. Of course, Blush still having streaks. We're going to have some specialists on the board here. I think just Blush with the glitch, like I said before, and Jazzberry earned herself the glitch as well. Vendetta now, bomb in hand, so they're going to switch it up from Jazzberry to Vendetta, and she's going to have that air, they really have to depend on her getting this first blood here with the M8, so it's always been this kind of face-off here, and Vendetta's not been able, I feel like she's been first blooded a lot in that same engagement against Shooter, and Shooter's going to keep winning it. Now the numbers in favor of LG on defense.
And here comes that lightning strike, forcing these players back. Blush is going to have a good idea of where they all are. Doesn't really spot anything but Shooter. Now on a 4-kill streak, heating up herself. Going for that counter UAV, 200 away. She does spot looks like she spotted the player, but just going to be shooting into the air. Curly's going to get another pick. And LG is just playing out of their minds right now. We have all these players doing so well. Blush trying to get another kill. Keo getting another kill. and it just so much team effort here. We may have Curly and Keo dropping 3 and 4 and 5, but that hard point, they were just going off, and now it trades off to Shooter and Blush, and all these players are here to play, and you could just see it in how they're playing.
Yeah, and 1 round away for LG to close us out, and they're going to be back on offense. And they've had some, they've won every offensive round so far, according to my notes. So maybe this is going to be the same streak here. Blush is going to have the bomb in hand. So maybe not the best person to give the bomb to in case she did want to use her dart here. Not sure. Either way, she's going to have that MH she needs to get this first blood here. It's going to be a slide in from a player, and that's going to be Chels, who gets taken off right away. Vendetta's there with the trade against Shooter. Vendetta gets the second kill. This is going to be a tie changer for Flawless. They have the numbers in their favor, and they're going to have Jazzberry push on a little bit of a flank here, but she's going to be spotted. Still able to win that gunfight against Keo with a headshot, leaving Curly in a 1 versus 3.
And LG, as quickly as they come, as quickly as they fall, going down another round here. So Flawless Nerdette breathing a little life as we move up. They're going to be down 5-3. They really need to win this next round, though. That 5-4 round, if they get there, that's when it starts to become a little bit shaky for LG. That's when they'll start getting worried. Right now, they still have that 2-round lead, and they're still feeling fine. But if Flawless Nerdette can somehow pull out this round, then it's looking really good for them to move on and make this a potential 5-5 situation.
Yeah, and Blush hitting those double digits with 10 and 3. She's going to sit in the back of the map and wait for her to take out that dart. And on the other side, Sharpie's struggling a little bit with the 1 and 6. Maybe they should hand her the bomb and maybe give Jazzberry that more roaming Slayer role. She's 7 and 5 leading in kills, as well as the objective role. So now you're going to see her and Chels swim over to this A site. So a different way of pushing this site. The dart from Blush is going to be roaming around the map. Shooter's able to get the first blood there. And now on top of that, Blush is able to get some information of where the heck these players are, and I don't think she's really spotted. I think she spots one at this front door here. She's not able to get it, but at least knows that this push is coming at the A side. And of course, the bomb did just get planted while she was piloting.
And it's a 3-3 situation here as Jazzberry is able to get a pick, so they have control. Nerdette, Chels, and Jazzberry need to play their lives here as Keo and Blush, the last ones left. Blush does have her glitch still, so she could make some use out of that. It looks like she's not going to spot the player in the corner, but almost able to get one. That does get okay, and does not get traded. Sharpie ends up getting the trade right there, and LG falling 2 rounds. That lead is slowly vanishing.
Yeah, are we going to see a possible round 11 here? Flawless Nerdette are going to go back on defense. So a great offensive win out of them. So back on defense, more preferable side. They have a little bit less pressure on their shoulders to plant the bomb and things like that. And also some specialists on the board. A bunch of specialists on the board. Jazzberry, Glitch, Sharpie, Overdrive's not going to pop that quite yet. Chels with the Heat Wave, that's going to come in huge. Curly with the active camo. And you got Shooter with the kinetic armor as well. So this is going to be a very, very important round for both squads. LG on offense going to head towards this unorthodox A push. Nerdette Chels is going to be laying at the front door waiting for this push to come in, but it's going to be huge. Whoever gets the first blood, I think, will decide the round.
Yeah. And it's going to be really big to see who does it. Looks like LG's pushed up around, and Chels takes a shot. Here comes the kinetic, though, and Shooter able to shut her down. Beautiful use of that kinetic. Gets 2. Shooter hunting for blood here as Flawless Nerdette has to fall. And those shots going to be shaky. Curly's able to pick it off, and Vendetta stuck in 1v4. Not going to happen just as quickly as the round started. It ends, and LG shuts it down. Shooter and Blush answering Keo and Curly's numbers last map. Taking this S&D and taking this series up 2-0.
Yeah, this is a scary place for Flawless to be in. Series up 2-0, like you said. 2 players hitting the double digit. I think Shooter picked up, was it 2 or 3 that round? Either way, that, like I said, whoever was going to get the first blood was really going to win that round. So congratulations to SLG for winning that map. So we'll be heading into map number 3, being evac uplink. We're going to be right back after this quick intermission.
the pints all around the world. I ain't going in for murder. For my queens and the kings all around the hood. For the people of the block, jump, jump, I won't go to Guantanamo. You won't pull me in the jail. No, no, you gon' never gonna catch me. You are never gonna catch me. 'Cause I'm gonna run away. Oh, far away from you. Oh, never gonna catch me. You're never gonna catch me. Never gonna catch me, you're never gonna catch me. Never gonna catch me, you're never gonna catch me. Never gonna catch me, you're never gonna catch me. Never gonna catch me, you're never gonna catch me.
Grips on your waist from way back when. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, there's never much love, we go OT. I pray, make it back in one piece. I pray, I pray. That's why I need a one day. Gotta have a seat in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one day. Taking a hold on.
Strength and guidance, all that I'm wishing for my friends. Nobody makes it from my ends. I had a buzz up of silence. You know you gotta stay by me. Soon as you get a text, reply me. I don't wanna spend time fighting. We got no time, that's why I need a one day. Gotta let it sink in my head. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one day. Gotta let it sink in my head. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. gonna pray. I'm coming for you now. What you gonna say? When you talk down here, but it's only I like this torch burning my face. You get a little too farther, a little too farther. You say, boy, till fate comes again. Yeah, you say, boy, hey, I'll sharpen knives, I'll sharpen darts. Next time you stone my heart, bring it all back, 'cause our time won't last forever. Make me sore of life, sore of life. Give me war, a paradise. Guys, the turmoil won't satisfy. I wanna be one-sided in a place would hide it with you, who you were before. I'll sharpen knives, I'll sharpen darts. Next time you stone my heart, bring it all back, 'cause our time won't last forever. Make me sore.
Welcome back, guys, to the Female Pro League stream, North American Finals of the league. We have LG and Flawless still on stream. Evac Uplink is the third map, potentially the final map and the final match of the stream. It is the final match of the stream, but this could be the 3-0 direction for LG, who've been having a fantastic series so far. That S&D was really the closest thing that Flawless looked like they were going to get. 6-4 was the score that LG got there. The Banner Protect is slowly loading up with the usual bans here.
Nothing out of the ordinary as we get into it. Overdrive is going to be banned. Flash, Concussion, High Cal. So we're probably going to see some not really anything out of the anything different. This Evac Uplink is going to be once again a very aggressive uplink map. Man of War is pretty averagely banned, especially on this map. We're going to want to see our sub players getting inside the other player's base and getting very aggressive in that, because you can start these spawn traps quite easily if you have a sub breaking and making sure that they're spawning in a different location. So on this, for example, you really want to be pushing up that middle map towards the pillar side, so you have the other team spawning in field. Then you have your AR sitting on the pillar and those other power positions, making sure and setting up that spawn trap for easy points. And if any team's able to set this up, it's going to be looking very hard for teams to break, especially in this league where we don't really often see teams trying to break the spawn trap together, and that's the biggest problem. So, but we move into the specialist draft. We're going to see a dual heat wave. Moving on to see what kind of weapons and other specialists they do pick.
Yeah, and most likely just going to be your kinetic, heat wave, active camo, and some either 1 or 2 weapon specialists. I don't think anything was really touched in the specialist draft. No, so the kinetic armor did make it through. Vendetta's going to pick up her usual scythe to match her AR power. Sharpie with the usual heat wave she does, along with Blush, matching that as well. Shooter with the active camo. And honestly, I remember at the beginning of the league, Shooter actually used the Tempest quite a bit, I feel like. And she was actually really good with it. So surprising, she's switching to that active camo. Curly picks up the Scythe, matching that with Vendetta. Jazzberry, the active camo, matching that with Shooter. And the 2 kinetic armor players are going to be Nerdette Shells and Kyo. So mirrored specialist draft here. Nothing interesting in the Banner Protects. Besides, I guess, the overclock being out. I mean, that's something that's been in, sometimes out. But nothing really interesting here. Nobody commanding any weapons besides the Man of War being taken out, and that was LG targeting that against Flawless. So most likely, even though Vendetta used the M8 in that S&D, and I think Sharpie uses the Man of War, at least in that S&D from what I noticed. So not a very huge target. I think both teams would have been fine with Man of War.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but that Man of War is, I'm not going to say it's inconsistent. I'm just going to say any player can use it. That's why it's so dangerous, and that's why a lot of teams ban it, because it really takes away that skill gap that really isn't too present in this game, so it even adds that lesser skill gap. So if the M8 is obviously a more skilled gun to use, you have to hit your clean burst. You can't really separate it. You really have to focus. And that's what the Man of War lacks. It's such a powerful gun that you can afford to miss shots and still outgun an M8 player. So that's why a lot of these teams target that Man of War. But moving into this, we do see the active camo, match, scythe, match, kinetic, all these match. So the specialists aren't really out of the ordinary here. Nothing really strange. We're just going to see traditional evac uplink. We really need to, once again, focus on this aggression, focus on balls being wrapped on the on the unfavorable side where you can't really spawn trap as well as you can. That's going to be on the tree side. So we need to see how they decide to play this map out, and we really, once again, need to see that aggressiveness, because that is how evac uplink is won. You can't just be passive on this map. You need to get in your opponent's face.
Yeah, and just to update you guys on the match off stream, Savage are currently leading 1-0, 250 to 137 was their hardpoint score against Sway. So that's the only other match going on tonight that won't be on stream. But tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, we will be featuring Ride versus Strictly Business, the two top dogs of the league. So make sure you guys tune in for that tomorrow, and then we will be continuing the losers bracket from then on. But let's go on board with this match here. LG will be having this backgrass spawn and Flawless having that helipad spawn. How are these two teams going to attack this drone spawn area? You're going to see Shooter already jump right into the spawn. All three players of LG are going to make it there first. They really need to stop these players from Flawless. Already two go down for Flawless. Shooter already on it. Three players of Flawless go down. Vendetta's the last one left. Needs to chase this player, and she's actually able to stop that drone player, so could be picking it up and hopefully going in the other direction. Has no teammates with her. She could be taken out, could be going actually for a reset. She's getting stuck on this wall run. However, that was a great stop out of Vendetta while she was pretty much by herself.
And that ball did fall. You gotta start wall run on some weird parts of the map. But, so that ball is still there. It's going to be Blush waiting for her teammates. That's some good plays by LG. They all waited for each other. And they're going to be pushing together to try and get this play. They're going to go for that outer wall run, and Shooter's able to get one. Blush taking her time. Going to go for that one. Great plays by her. That was a smart play, going for that one on the outside wall run. Not allowing herself to be seen by that player until she's able to get the play. And Curly's going to able to answer back, able to get two, looking for three. Actually just going to stay alive and player positioning as their teammates move forward and trying to get another cap here. Flawless Jazberry's the only one who's going to be pushed up and gets a good two-piece there. But looks like we have our player on the flank. That's going to be Curly, able to get one. Keo's there to help her, and that ball does get picked off, but she does get picked off. It's going to be Vendetta. Keo's going to need to get that pick there and able to get some points for the team. They get a little more aggressive here, and that's going to be Shooter just playing for that ball. Now, I don't really agree with Keo grabbing that ball right there. She should have pushed forward and helped her teammate and let the player who was last grab that ball, because we all know that Flawless is going to be spawning in the back of their base, so you have time to be able to push up and get more positioning instead of frantically just grabbing that ball and making a rush play.
Yes, I agree. And just like that, three players of Flawless go down. Shooter's going to jump on that drone, go towards this middle map, actually back around, and wait for her teammate Keo to lead the charge into the Flawless base. EMP is being thrown. Shooter's able to slide into this house, but she does get taken out there, and now the nade is going to come in and also take out another player. But the drone gets reset, but guess who's on the reset? It's going to be LG. They've held most of this drone spawn control, and Blush is not even going to get on the drone. She's just going to turn on these players with her M8, possibly picking it up as well, and and that's three players of Flawless going down. So just like that, they just keep slaying Flawless out and going for these point opportunities, but she actually misses the throw, the very easy throw, and actually gets reset back on the drone spawn, and Shooter's on it again. So not kind of a huge mistake, but at least they have the reset potential there.
And after that, I'm saying Emily needs to go back to the gym and start practicing some throws there. That was a big one-pointer, but she's going to answer back. and tell me that she can get the kills instead and gets 2, but does get picked off as Sharpie does have that ball. She's going to be the lone ball carrier here, only one teammate following up. Luckily, she did wait for her. So this is going to be big plays as Medetta needs to get these picks, but just like that, LG's able to get 3, and that ball is just going to be thrown off the map. Sharpie's going to make some quick work here. You really need to play her life, but Shooter's there pushing up, and they're going to leave that ball there. Great plays by LG. Just keep going. Push up. Curly, don't go back. No. Curly's going to go back and able to get the trade right there. There comes the ball, and that player's going to be coming up middle. That's going to be Blush. Emily really needs to hurry up, though, and help her teammate as she's able to get 1. Looking for the second, but can't get it. And Flawless their net, able to stop another push right there. Sharpie's able to get 2, and maybe they get some points on the board right here.
Yeah, and it just seems like LG have gotten 3 or 4 players down so many times, but there's only 1 point scored, so they're really not able to convert the slaying potential that they really have and convert these into objective plays. Sharpie's going to fall off the map. Not sure what's going on there. 4 players of Flawless are going to go down. Shooter's going to jump on this drone once again. I like the aggression, but they got to convert these at least into 1-point throws. I don't know if they're just trying to set up for dunks and just failing these opportunities, or Flawless really just good on defense, but not able really to do anything on offense.
And here comes the wall run and the camo for the 2. Great play by Shooter. Now she's going to take her time and take the shot. Able to get 2 as well. Adding insult to injury. Going to try and go for 3. She's getting confident. That's scary for it. Flawless their net as that ball carrier is going to drop. And they still have no map awareness right there by Sharpie. As she's going to come completely behind her. 100 away from the Hellstorm. Shooter's got to turn around though. And it looks like she's going to get picked off. Cut down from her streaks. LG up by 3 on the unfavored side of this map as well. It looks like they just had she control this map, and their Flawless their net really needs to get more aggressive and just start getting really inside the enemy base. Heatwave comes in, another 2-point play. Beautiful use of the specialist once again by LG, really just putting on a showcase here of how to score the ball.
Yeah, at the beginning of the game, wasn't sure what's going on with LG. They scored 1 point and had so many opportunities and weren't able to get these 1-point plays and really complete these pushes. But now you're going to see all these 1-point plays come in. Shooter with the active camo. Then you saw, I think that was Blush with the heat wave. And you're going to have this first half 6-0. And, Flawless just struggling. I think they had 1 decent offensive push, and Sharpie kind of fell off the map. It's not sure if that was an afterburner issue or just not a good wall run there, but you need to complete all of these objective pushes, especially when you're down by 3 possessions. Not looking good for Flawless so far. Not impossible to come back from, but definitely a scary lead so far. A specialist on the board. Curly's going to have the sight, Chelsea with the kinetic armor, and Sharpie with the heat wave. So I want Sharpie to jump on the drone, at least able to pop this heat wave in the LG spawn and make something happen, kind of like how Blush did with her. But just like that, Shooter's going to get a 2-piece kill with the 3rd. Jazzberry responds with a 2 of her own, and this was almost very scary for Flawless. Jazzberry trying to recover that drone. She's down as well. Now let's see what Blush can do. Needs to join her teammates and dodges those players from Flawless. So this is looking a little scary for Blush. Might be falling off the map here or goes back to middle map. Either way, needs to join her teammates here. Now we're just play keep away and kill time. That's all she needs to do. And that was really bad.
Unfortunately, the gym fractions didn't show up there once again. Another missed 1-point throw. It was a great play by her to play her life and wait for her team, but the rush 1-pointer just didn't work out. We see another missed throw by Keo trying to rush and get that 1-pointer. Looks like we got some practice needs to happen here before they move on to their matches tomorrow. I say they hit the uplink gym tonight, but LG able to get some more control. They really don't seem to be playing bad at all. They're playing for this spawn trap, and 2 more go down. This dunk should be coming in as those 2 players from Flawless their net try an OE.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary situation for Flawless. You got the spawn trap set up, like you said. Shooter's going to shut down that side player. 3 players of Flawless go down. Cleans up that 4th player as well. Blush is going to ring in some more points. 3.5 minutes left. Can we see the 20 score come in? She's going to pass it to Keo. Be a good teammate. Share the scoring love with everybody. Spawn trap still in favor of LG. Can at least Flawless go on a little bit of an overextension? Chelsea and I think Sharpie are middle map trying to slay into this drone spawn area. Go for an overextension or something. But beautiful 2-piece by Keo.
Yeah, and that was a good play by her. Good awareness right there, knowing that there's going to be 2 players there. LG, I mean, they may be missing their 1-point throws, but man, they're playing this map way better, just way better than Flawless and Ardette, being more aggressive, pushing up, getting control, getting the spawn traps able. You see Flawless Net just like in their base playing for kills, and that's not how you want to play uplink. Like, you need to get aggressive. You need to start grabbing that ball, go for some wall runs, playing off that, making those players get out of position, make them uncomfortable, and that's exactly what LG's doing. It's making Flawless Net very uncomfortable. They're really not able to play their game. This might be the one strong push Flawless Net that has. Vakil is going to hit some shots right there and pop to Kinetic, go for some more, able to get one more. Yeah, oh, never mind. Curly's there to help her out, and LG just like shuts them all down once again. There's really no hope for Flawless Net at this point.
Yeah, and Blush trying to convert some more points. She does get shut down, and Vendetta is trying to make something happen. She gets traded out, and Nerdhead showing some slaying potential here. 2 minutes left, so many points to go up, but at least can they make up for the giant 0 on the screen? Sharpie is going to have the drone in hand going to his kitchen side, but she doesn't have any teammates leading the charge for her. Tries to back out, but she does drop the drone and her life as well. So this has not been good for Flawless so far, just these desperate pushes to try and get some points on the board. Let's see what Vendetta can do. Nice kill with the RK5, goes on the wall run, does get shot in the back a little bit. This would be a nice setup for a 1-point throw. She has a player right beside her, pops a heat wave. Blush falls off the map trying to chase her. Can Vendetta get the first score? And she does. 1 point for Flawless.
Yeah, and I don't know, this is pretty just over. LG has just dominated this whole series. Really has no chance for Flawless or Net. LG may have lost, but they came in this loser bracket strong. And you could see it. You could tell they want to win. It's just in their play style. Shooter with another nasty 2-piece. Keo there to get another one. Curly has that ball, and looks like they're going to get some more points on the board here. Just completely just take this game to full grasp here. Taking this 3-0, as you can see.
Yeah, this is 1 minute left of destruction. Shooter is going to get another 2 points on the board. Let's see, hopefully Flawless can just get some more points on the board. They just need to get out of the spawn trap, but it's not happening here as Blush is going to keep raining some more firepower here. Currently on a 5 streak, 250 off the lightning strike as well. She's going to go back in this drone spawn. She's not going to stop. Pick up the drone as well, get some more points, throwing it out, and just, stopping any opportunity of Flawless getting any more points on the board before the end of the game.
Yep, and LG taking this series 3-0, knocking Flawless Nerdette out of the tournament. Their losers bracket run will come to the end as they will place 5th through 6th in the Female Pro League Finals playoffs. Unfortunately, right outside of the money here. So that means our friends on LG will be advancing to the round where they are guaranteed 400 or 500, guaranteed 500. So that's going to be very good for them as they will start their losers bracket run once again tomorrow.
And that will be the end of the run for Flawless Nerdette. Not sure how the Sway and Savage game is going. We'll be updating you on Twitter if you do follow the Female Pro League Twitter. And also the end of the road for Virtue and Orbit, who did lose in the round 1. So we'll be updating you on the placings, but what you need to know is tomorrow we will be starting at 4 p.m. Eastern with Riot Gaming versus Strictly Business in the winners finals. And then we will be continuing to the losers bracket until we go into the grand finals for $3,000 for first place. Make sure you do follow the Twitch stream, of course, twitch.tv/Female Pro League. You're on it. Make sure you follow it. And the Twitter Female Pro League. But make sure you also follow my wonderful co-caster, Scruffer, with the UR at the end, and myself, LemonKiwi_. But we want to really thank and appreciate our sponsors, Caliphone and Ergo Guys, for being so wonderful and supporting us through the whole league. But of course, thank you guys for supporting us through the league as well. We are almost done, and then we will be heading to season 3 and revealing more details on how that's going to go, and also the branding changes and things like that. Either way, any closing words there, Max?
It was a fun day of casting. I mean, we got some exciting matches going on earlier. We saw those, even if we had some rough patches and had to wait a little bit, some of these hard points we watched, especially between Riot and Savage, wow, it was insane to watch. It was a fun day. And if you guys are here, I would suggest 100% coming back tomorrow. We're going to have some insane matches as these teams are going to be competing for all the money right here. Every match tomorrow will be played for money. So these players are going to be coming out tomorrow with every ounce of energy trying to win this league.
And we do want to hear your predictions. Make sure you tweet Female Pro League or even type it in the chat who you think is going to maybe place first, second, third, and fourth. Of course, can Riot make the season 1 and 2 two-peat, or I guess to win again for the big money? Or are we going to crown a different winner? We're going to find that out tomorrow. Make sure you tune in at 4 p.m. Eastern. Not sure what the other time zones are. Make sure you Google it if you don't know. But that will be it for the stream. Thank you to Max and everybody and the refs and our producer, Kendall, and all the wonderful people that could make the Female Pro League happen. Hope you guys have a wonderful night.